challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. The prospect that we're presenting today seeks to capture major issues considering the new political parliament that will lead, that will take the European Parliament through to for another 5 years ahead of us. Let us look at what has happened so far and what lies ahead. We are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the European single market, an extremely important accomplishment for all member countries because it provides for greater prosperity, competition, cohesion, and transparency of the economic systems. The European single market that was created as an area of free trade without tariffs was initially something much more than this, because underlying this initiative there were a number of laws and ideas, and today the single market brings together 450 million people and 24.5 million companies. It accounts for 18% of the GDP, of the global worldwide GDP, and it was of fundamental importance for the development of all the countries of the Union during the last 30 years. The values underlying the insight of the past generation of people pro-Europe are still the values that we cherish. Their vision of the economic policy goes on being of vital importance. And the context, however, has inevitably changed. 30 years ago, we were still in the full swing of the globalization era. The political leading classes had much more confidence in the strength and benefits of competition and of free trade. And we Europeans were convinced that we were in the ideal position for being in a winning position in the area of globalization, and that is through the European single market that was to expand through to the former boundaries of the Soviet Union. And also with regard to the larger globalization that was to include China, India, and sub-Saharan Africa. 30 years later, the picture is totally different. European integration and of the markets as well has ensured peace in this part of the continent, but a country like Ukraine that is a candidate for becoming a member of Europe has been the victim of an aggression. The war triggered by Russia, the technological transitions in the area of energy, and the rivalries amongst the leading powers are leading even the United States to rethinking their position. So industrial policy has come back, as well as public intervention and public and private investments being directed on the basis of the geostrategic interests. This is the new context in which Europe must face. Personally, I believe that our instruments, our values, go on being valid. We must not turn our backs on them. We share the same institutions. We are an economic superpower. But the challenges are new, and so is the nature and the investments that lie ahead. Today, Europe must keep pace with the other superpowers in space industry, in the industry of semiconductors, electric batteries, electronics of mobility, and in the cloud capacity, and in the development of artificial intelligence. Now, this means that we need to... Does this mean that we should turn our backs on what has been done over the last 30 years? No. I think that we need to build on what we have achieved in the last 30 years in order to find new common answers. This is the challenge, a challenge for our generation of pro-European people, and it is a major opportunity for investment and dialogue amongst or between public and private businesses and business people and operators. Europe is something that we cannot divorce. Today, 17 million people live and work in a European country which is not their country of origin. And this nation of Europeans who live across the European countries, in terms of demographic figures, is the same as is as large as a founding country, namely Holland. So there is a European identity both within Europe and outside. And personally, I'm convinced that together we will be able to face the new technological and industrial challenges, the strategic challenges of this part of the 21st century. I'm saying this based on my experience, because as European Union, we have faced and overcome even more difficult challenges. Who would have ever thought that the euro and the single market could become the financial crisis, the debt crisis, and that the reaction to the pandemic would have been so important, or that we would be able to go beyond the Russian energy blackmail so quickly. Well, I think that we have the instruments to face all of these challenges, and they are means that are unprecedented. Just think, the next generation EU, together with the financial long-term setting of the European Union, mobilized more than 2,000 billion euros through to 2026-27. Now, if we use these resources in a strategic manner, Europe will be able to keep abreast of the challenges of today's world and will be ready also for a further enlargement of the Union. This is what the citizens ask us of, both Italian and other Europeans. They want a digital transition that may consider man as being pivotal at the center, and that must not be hostile and must not worsen the living conditions of people. I'm also convinced that we protagonists in financial industry, we can provide a major contribution to these transformative processes. The single market for us was a major accomplishment, but now the union will have to increase. We will have to create a union of capital at the service of the major investments that we will have to make in the future. Now, with the participants of the first panel of today's discussion, we will be reflecting on these 30 years of single market, on the accomplishments, and on the effects produced, in particular for the insurance sector, including the benefits that have derived therefrom for consumers and operators, and thanks also to a greater thrust towards innovation and the opening of the sector. With regard to this, please allow me to present this aside. I take advantage of the presence of Minister D'Urso and Minister Giorgetti and President Signorini to point out that ANIA has appreciated the position taken taken by the government in Europe with regard to Solvency II reform. And we also greeted the proposals for amendment adopted by the European Parliament, thanks also to the full involvement of the Italian parliamentarians. And to all of them go our thanks. So these are changes that take into account the concerns of the sector, in particular the volatility adjustment, which is not very effective for our country. And instead, a legislative solution has been offered that will have to continue to go on being supported by Italy during the current process of approval in the trilogue, in the Parliament, Council and Commission. Now, besides the external challenges, the European Union will have to face many other challenges, internal challenges. And for these as well, our sector, our industry will be important. It will play an important role in providing solutions. Think of the aging of the population and the demographic transition. The birth rates have been dropping throughout Europe, across Europe. And this is becoming a fundamental issue for the growth and sustainability of welfare across the continent. We Italians see this more markedly, and we're not the only ones, however. In 2020, the number of newborn in the European Union was 1.5 per woman, well below the 2.1 necessary in order to maintain demographic balances. And as a consequence, by 2050, 30% of the European population will be older than 65. And this will have serious repercussions on the welfare system, because as of now, they need, and I want to emphasize this, they need intervention so that their sustainability may be upheld. Another important challenge concerns the management of the migration flows that are very intense, also because of the growing difficulties in non-European countries. Once again, we can say that only a common, a joint approach and the ability of Europe to act as a single convoy, political convoy, only this will allow us to manage the phenomenon. And again, another aspect which is of great impact for the social equilibrium in Europe is the use of generative artificial intelligence. In my opinion, and in the opinion of a great many people, artificial intelligence is the most important technological revolution of our time for the scope, its innovative scope, and for the fallout at the economic, social, and institutional levels. Now, according to a recent study by Bloomberg, the artificial intelligence market could reach a value of $1,300 billion by 2022 in the world. But what is the impact of this on education and on population imbalances? Well, we must not be frozen by what is new. Artificial intelligence alone will never replace man. Man remains at the center, as already occurred with other technological innovations. Also, artificial intelligence is only an instrument, and precious instrument in our industry that can help us do better and help us make a better use of resources in our going about our daily activities, and also enhance our capabilities. Artificial intelligence will do away with some professions, but it is already creating others, and it will continue to do so. And according to Bloomberg, thanks to artificial intelligence, some 69 million new jobs will be created in the next 5 years, thus giving greater impetus to growth and enhancing the opportunities for diversifying our economy. Our industry may be a model, may be an example, set an example in Europe to show how this new technology may create value for the economy without becoming a reason for destabilization and disgregation of society. It's not going to be easy, but we must do this with all our efforts. Public and private decision makers must maintain a strategic vision besides dealing with the daily emergencies. Even when, at a time like the present one, The horizon is very bleak because of the ongoing war, the inflation that continues, and the economy that is giving clear signs of slowing down. So in this scenario, we also have the revision of the Stability Pact, which is underway at the present moment. It is of fundamental importance that we should not go back to the mere application of pre-existing rules, but that an agreement be found amongst the governments in order to make changes that are in line with the needs of individual countries and the European equilibria as a whole. Ideally, there should be an agreement. An agreement should be reached by the end of the year. This was pointed out also by our president, Sergio Mattarella, who said, quote, "It is necessary to define precise budget rules, avoiding excessive rigor that would run the risk of preventing that the European strategic objectives be achieved." End of quote. Obviously, in Europe, there are different sensitivities on these issues and situations that are objectively different. But I think that with regard to one point, we are undoubtedly together. We need common rules, shared rules that each national community may feel as being legitimate, may see as legitimate, but they may own them, and not as an imposition from above or as the outcome of agreements that are not always fully upheld. So the Union must find a way to ensure that the public accounts are sustainable and finance common investments, joint investments, because the challenge is, as I was saying earlier, it is the competition against the other global powers. Suffice it to think of the Inflation Reduction Act adopted by the United States with financial commitments that may go beyond $1,000 billion in order to transform the whole of industry during the energy transition. In order to implement initiatives of this scope, it is of fundamental importance that also at the European level, budget policies that are simple and shared be adopted. We will be listening to the point of view of the guests also of the second panel, who will speak about the European institutional scenarios of the future and the prospects of the financial situation as at 2030. And we will do this by listening to their point of view that will then be relayed to the institutional bodies at national and European level as stimulus and support for the policies that will be framed in the upcoming years. Now, faced with a situation, a scenario that is so complex, we can, however, be optimistic. The financial world, and in particular the insurance world, continue to provide a basic and fundamental contribution to the social and economic growth. The insurance sector, and we must bear this in mind at all times, is by its very nature a key player in facing risks and changes. Now, creating new products and services and responding to the evolution of the needs for protection of the investments of families, households, and companies is a priority for us. With a proactive approach and through ongoing dialogue with the institutions, the sector may make available know-how and capital in support of the transformative processes which are underway, and also find solutions to such important challenges. We feel that the implementation of financial partnerships between public and private bodies is essential. With regard to the risks linked to climate change, for instance, the enhancement of the protection of citizens, companies, and territories must always rely on the mutualization of risks and the welfare as well. We need innovative models that come to add to public and private resources. Well, they could lead to the creation of an inclusive system and in line with the needs of citizens. The emerging technologies of artificial intelligence will certainly be a factor that will speed up the solutions to the challenges that I've mentioned so far. And on this issue as well, it would be necessary for there to be cohesion at the European level in order to remain in pace with the global competition and to ensure the healthy development of these technologies. Artificial intelligence is a disruptive innovation which carries with it huge potential, which are even unimaginable today. The entire country, including the state budget, could benefit from using international AI in the insurance sector to solve major problems. Also in the health sector, introducing innovations in providing ongoing care for people who need such ongoing care. And the same reflection applies to catastrophes, where the many tests underway could lead to the prediction, forecasting extreme meteorological events. With regard to artificial intelligence, and I repeat this again, ANIA will be committed to AI because it's so that its use in the insurance field may bring benefits and opportunities for all in terms of personalized services, greater access, easier access, better security, rapidity in purchase, lowering costs and prices, and for this reason as well, we have decided to focus the innovation by ANIA on artificial intelligence in the insurance sector. I would like to point out that just as any innovation brings about discontinuity, artificial intelligence also opens up new scenarios that require regulation in order to protect the interests and privacy of people. And the European Union has already taken action in this sector. However, it is necessary for the rules not to become an obstacle to innovation processes. This is something that needs to be borne in mind at all times, and they must not lead to regulatory asymmetries amongst the various operators and businesses.
ANIA will always be present and constructive also on this front. In the third and last panel, we will be discussing these matters and the role of the insurance industry to reduce the gap in protection through new models and technologies. Exploiting the potential of artificial intelligence for new and more effective risk cover for businesses and families. To conclude, we are clearly living through a very different context, in a different environment compared to just a few years ago, from climate change to technological transitions, geopolitical rivalries, migration, and demographic policies. The difficult balance between price stability and financial stability. The challenges to our generation of Europeans are many, and they do require a full awareness on the part of our communities of citizens, on the part of our institutional systems, and also on the part of our own industry. I am certain that this awareness has partly been achieved, and it will also reveal all the opportunities that are arising along with the challenges. I am also certain that the conversation we are about to have will provide a significant contribution in order to help us share common strategies and actions that will be so essential for our future and the future of the next generations. Thank you all, and I hope your work here will be useful and profitable. Thank you. There's a minor change in the agenda. We'll have the minister online in a short while, so I'd like to give the floor to the president of EVAS, Mr. Signorini. Signorini is Director General of the Bank of Italy and Chairman of EVAS. IVAS.
Grazie, cara Presidente.
Thank you. Thank you to Mrs. Farina. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to have been invited to this edition of the Insurance Summit. I'd like to thank President Farina for her invitation, and if I may, I'd also like to thank the young people who welcomed us here at the start of the summit with our two hymns, which we were moved to hear. I maybe won't be flying as high as President Farina, but in talking about insurance issues, I will not fail to talk also about the main issues at the heart of this summit, and that were mentioned also by Mrs. Farina, the effects of climate change that are beginning to be fully visible, not just the exceptional heat, but in Italy too, we are getting extreme weather conditions linked to the higher temperature with an impact on agriculture, tourism, energy production, and in more dramatic cases on the entire economic system of the places affected. Also, there is longer life expectancy, lower birth rates that characterized most world economies, and this is more marked in the advanced society, in particular in European countries, but also in some major Asian countries. So there's an increased need for protection against demographic and health risks. There is the question of whether the current welfare systems are adequate. In Italy, this phenomenon is very obvious, but there are those who have talked about the sustainability of the pension systems who are focusing on these aspects. So climate change, aging of the population require complex political answers at national, European, and international level, giving rise to rather difficult trade-offs and a significant reallocation of resources. As I have underlined elsewhere, this is a difficult task, but it's not impossible as long as the objectives are very clear and as long as adequate policies are adopted and maintained and market mechanisms are used smartly. So climate change and the aging population are also a great challenge for the world of insurance. If there are more risks, climate catastrophes or health risks, clearly the potential role of insurance companies becomes even more important. It's important to offer adequate products that will meet the needs of people, and if we are able to interact with customers and transparently and ready to fulfill obligations, then the area that opens up for the industry's activities and for the fulfillment of its social function is considerable. I would like to touch upon both of these topics, so I will just make a few comments about them. The second point now, as to the environment, I'd like to draw your attention to two questions that are nothing new. The gap, mentioned also by Mrs. Farina, and the relationship between environmental risks and potential regulations. And European authorities are focusing on this. Europe has adopted an action plan on sustainable finance, and EVAS is actively involved. At the European level, only 1/4 of what could be lost in climate catastrophes is insured, and this gap might increase if risks increase, and this is not accompanied by increased cover. This is hindered by the increase in premiums linked to increasingly frequent and violent events. Why is the lack of insurance cover for climate events? Why is this a problem? It's a collective problem, not just an individual problem. It is a problem, first of all, because unless one lives in a ruthless society where people will tend to just abandon all others, then disasters will naturally give a rise to an instinct to help those affected, an instinct to take on a part of the material problems of these victims. In addition to the irreplaceable and valuable role of volunteers, voluntary organizations, and rescue and aid organizations, there are also two ways in which to share the burden of reconstruction: public intervention and private insurance. Public intervention breaks down the burden through taxation after an event. This will be more and more necessary because not all risks are foreseeable or insurable. And in the case of truly catastrophic events, some level of coordination and central funding for reconstruction, in particular of infrastructures, is essential. But, however, there are some problems. There are always some doubts as to the when, the how much. So often action is taken on the basis of very general criteria, such as the geographical area, the type of damage, quantification of damage, rather than a more targeted approach to the damage suffered by an individual or a business, because the distribution of taxation has nothing to do with prevention and does not provide the right incentives. Private insurance does break down the burden ahead of time, before an event takes place, and then the community affected will be helped by the other parties that are insured. With correct and efficient insurance, some of these problems can be solved, in particular in relation to specific damage. Given that the premium is linked to the risk, it can be an incentive to build up sound building, and this then that can protect us when the risk materializes. But if the solutions are not supported by appropriate public policies, it might probably lead people to underestimate future risks. And hence suboptimal levels, greater costs than those that might be achieved in the presence of a larger amount of parties insured. There's also the question of redistribution, social or territorial distribution that might be pursued by the public bodies. In addition to national solidarity for the victims of disasters, strictly financial reason for considering the underinsurance of such risks of public interest stems from the need to outsource the impact of a natural disaster could bring consequences that go beyond the people directly involved, because there is a great network of interdependency in the social system. So there is insurance and general exposed actions on the part of the state that should reduce the consequences. Where there is a greater incidence of insurance against disasters, then there are fewer problems in terms of the consequences of an event on aggregate production and growth. All this is to be found in a document published by the European Central Bank and EIOPA. In addition to the macroeconomic factors I've mentioned, the document analyzes the consequences of reduced insurance cover on the stability of the system, on public finance, on the offering of credit. And it indicates that the overall cost of a catastrophe depends not just on the initial damage, but also on the speed of reconstruction. This is an in-depth analysis provided in this document, and it does offer some solutions that will need to be discussed seriously. There is also an appeal to insurance companies, but also to supervisors concerning the need to ensure the speedy payment of damages after an event. In order to promote greater dissemination of private insurance, the insurance and reinsurance sectors should be involved, and forms of public-private partnerships should be established. The document also considers what umbrella might be developed for major disaster, and one has considered a European insurance organization. The presence of a public large-scale backstop could reinforce the insurance system, and I think this would be desirable also because before the increased number of disasters, sometimes risks are less, premiums are reduced, or people are underinsured. We need to expand insurance coverage on the side of demand, but we can't do this if on the side of on the supply side the sector is facing difficulties. If there is too little insurance at European level, in Italy there is even less. We are, after Greece, the country with the largest gap between exposure to disaster and the insurance coverage that is limited. These statistics provided by EVAS indicate that damage premiums refer to protection against physical damage. Over the next few days, we shall be publishing on our website the outcome of the first report on the monitoring of natural disasters and sustainability with the Italian insurance companies. How should we tackle this matters? Now, the joint initiative of the ECB and EIOPA can be a starting point for a debate at European level. Italy has been discussing how to develop systems based on cooperation between public and private sectors, a definition of the ways in which to encourage a role for private insurance companies that can be complementary to the public system. And we will be offering our technical contribution also to the public authorities. EVAS is taking part in the discussions presided by the Finance Ministry. A panel is taking part in panel discussions on under insurance. We wish to contribute to the implementation of an organized reaction to damage in an organized manner based on cooperation between public and private, enhancing the role of private insurances, ex post payment of damages, and ex-ante mitigation of such risks. And also looking at the many different choices made at international level. The solutions found by other countries are based on different solutions. In France, such insurance is mandatory. There is a fire insurance that is mandatory. In Turkey, there is mandatory insurance against earthquakes, as there is in Iceland. And Italy acts as a reinsurer. Now, as to prudential regulations and legislations in connection with the work being carried out, there is the issue of a possible review of the prudential handling of activities bearing in mind sustainability objectives. I think that many of those here know what my opinions are, and the energy transition must be pursued above all through general rules, public investments, incentives. Prudential regulations in banking and insurance should take this into account, not just in terms of providing direct incentives, but rather in connection with the stability of financial institutions.
Yes, it must take into account all the risks that bear on the operators and businesses, including those linked to climate change and to sustainable transition. The sustainability factors included in regulations should be justified by sound evidence. IOPA, we hope, after approval of Solvency II, it will live up to the mandate it has received on this, proposing a system of incentives or penalties based on evidence, hard evidence on the nature of the risks that have to be kept an eye on. And we will be giving our contribution to the discussion. And now, very briefly, I would like to speak of the risks deriving from the population and health trends, and I would go into the details at a later date. There are many surveys at the academic level and studies at the European and national level with regard to the growing imbalance of the population trend in these countries. The people of working age versus the elderly, and the impact of this on the welfare system. In Italy, measures have been taken over the decades with regard to the pension system. Given the current mechanisms, with a view to the future, the financial sustainability of public pensions based on the contributions should not be dealt any blow by the economic system. Today, we have the capitalization system based on negotiated funds. After the reform of 2005, this sector is growing slowly but steadily in a continuous manner. And this is an important result if we consider the coverage offered by the public system and by the markets in the last few decades. The insurance companies contribute to this system. With regard to the third pillar, we have the pension funds that are open, set up by banks, insurance companies, financial brokers, and asset saving systems. And regulations have been issued for individual participation that can be proposed only by insurance companies. It is important to develop the supply of these solutions in order to meet the needs of the various types of workers who, for different reasons, are less covered than those coming under the first two pillars. So we need to contribute to developing the system, the supply of offers. In order to do this, we must keep in check the costs. With regard to health, there is room for growth, the growth of the insurance system, without prejudice to the public offering with regard to safety and security. There is a need to better define the scope of operation, and with regard to complementary pensions, there is a body of rules that are quite clear under which the companies can operate and compete. Supplementary pensions we can promote the development of brokerage activities, which are very limited at this point in time. To conclude my presentation, I would like to take the opportunity to spare a few words with regard to Solvency II, the reform of Solvency II. So this was started a few days ago, and there are clear positions are emerging. The technical proposal made by EIOPA, based on an overall invariance of the capital element, the text adopted by the Council as a general approach, even though it envisages the proposals for lightening the burden of capital, it is satisfactory from the prudential point of view. President Farina says that many improvements have been made with this reform, and there are no questions about it. But what has emerged during the activities of the group shows that a further lightening of the assets of the aspects linked to the assets. In the intentions, this lightening should enable insurance companies to increase their investments and therefore facilitate the recovery of the economy and contribute to creating the conditions for sustainable growth in the long term. Now, increase the financial lever of the insurance system would go in the opposite direction compared to that followed by the banking regulation of 2008 that highlighted the real effects of financial instability and would therefore require a serious reflection and discussions on the relationship between risks and assumed or alleged benefits. So the best contribution that we can give to sustainable growth that the financial system can give consists in its soundness, solidity, and stability. This conclusion was reached by retrospective studies of international scholars with regard to the banking system, with regard to the reforms. Now, whether we should expand the space and room for investments characterized by long-standing financial involvement, this must happen consistently with the nature and type of the commitments taken on. It is clear to all those who are present, and above all for the Italian market, that this issue affects the life branch. 9/10 of 900 billion euros of investments in the market belong to the life system, and we need to improve the match between liabilities and assets and protect the rights of insurees. Last June, I expressed my views on this, but I would like to ask the companies and treat the companies to pay very close attention to the risks of offering policies that can be redeemed at prefixed values and confirm our full willingness to provide government and parliamentary with any technical support that may be required. Thank you.
Buongiorno, ringrazio e saluto la Presidente Farina per l'invito.
I would like to thank Mr. Farina for the Mrs. Farina for having invited me, but the sound is appalling. Not only do we not have the texts that are read out at top speed, but the sound is really such as to hamper translation.
Della nuova governance economica europea e di spingere nella realizzazione degli investimenti per modernizzare le infrastrutture e più in generale la nostra economia. Senza ulteriori preamboli voglio concentrarmi brevemente su 3 delle linee di lavoro del governo che si iscrivono nel contesto che ho delineato e interessano più direttamente il comparto assicurativo. Innanzitutto,
first of all, we are preparing a new national scheme to uphold the investments with new additionalities that will update the situation of the country with capital and the effects of taking into account the effects of climate change. Alongside this, there's complementarity of the insurance system with a role as guarantee for the insurance. Finally, we have started some discussions that will be completed next year with the contribution of the pension funds and insurance companies in order to strengthen the public funding, complementary funding for long-term care and social security. With regard to the stimuli, I would like to point out the need for public guarantees. Public guarantees should not be used for general handouts, but to protect us from what we were taught by as selective instruments to be used to reduce the absorption of capital and facilitate the coming in of private investors. In this new position, the guarantees should be granted in the absence of coverage, they cannot be granted. Along these lines, we are working on the initiatives that will lead to changes with regard to investments of public interest. The combination between general guidelines by the state with regard to capital, the use of capital, there must be a change in our country with respect to the idea that investing in common assets should be done with investments that cannot be recovered. So those who are interested in the investments, in investing in long-term initiatives, is something that we need to ensure during this Parliament. I would also like to recall the fund established by ANIA, whose capital is provided by the insurance company, and the scheme could be an important opportunity for investments, also for funds such as this. Now, moving on to the other issue, there is a need for our country to increase in a significant manner insurance coverage. The morphology of our territory, human interventions, man-made activities, and climate change bring about the increase in the risk of natural catastrophes and require the contribution by the state. The real estate property of 8 billion euro, with the insured portion is only 675 billion. That is 9% of the real estate that is available, whereas in France and Germany it's around 60%. These are figures that tell us how urgent it is to ensure that industrial companies, farming activities and households should develop an awareness of the need to insure their properties against catastrophes. Entering into these policies that include natural risks together with fires should be accompanied by counter guarantees, and this should lead to an increase in the policies that are signed. With regard to long-term care, to health and social security, today in Italy, only 64% of the GDP per capita is used in this sector. The population trends will lead these values to worsen in coming years. The weight of the elderly welfare of the first public pillar is the cornerstone for any system that brings well-being. So the accumulation of capital and economic growth are of fundamental importance. So we need, in order to do this, we need to do what has not been done so far, especially for the new generations. We need to increase participation in the second pillar, therefore providing products that can increase real capital and insurance capital, and therefore include the risks that derive from the current situation. So greater insurance coverage is important not only for the elderly population, but also for providing assisted home care and for improving the quality of services for the elderly. Today, with regard to life insurance and long-term care policies, are only 0.2% in terms of incidence, in spite of the fact that public spending for care provides just over 500 euros per individual, entitled individual. So I wanted to bring to your attention another element, namely the time has come to envisage the existence of, or the setting up a fund for insurance holders, as has been done in the banking sector. The intervention has the purpose of ensuring this, especially for life policies, in order to improve and step up the confidence of the market. And I conclude by renewing my best wishes for your conference, for this important day of discussions that organized by ANIA. I wish you all the best. Good morning.
I'll now give the floor to Andrea Sironi, who is Chair of Assicurazioni Generali. Good morning to you all, and I too would like to thank you for the invitation to this prestigious event. So I thank ANIA and its President, Mrs. Farina. I think we're here with many people who work in the insurance sector and who recognize the value of the single market that has been undeniably a cornerstone in the development of this industry over the past 40 years. It eliminated barriers, made cross-border activities easier. This has been very important to us. It has normalized or standardized regulatory frameworks and enabled us to offer better products and services to our clients. I think that today we are at a turning point in looking at the future of Europe. As this has been described by Mrs. Farina, it is a crossroads of transformation. While the world around our continent is changing And there are many different interconnected crises. Geopolitical migration changes are changing the competitive environment in which we operate. And Europe is called upon to face these challenges by being a stronger global player. And I think what Europe needs is greater integration and unity. I think we should avoid short-term solutions from the regulatory standpoint in terms of investments. I think it would be very important to adopt a long-term vision that would inevitably have the private and public insurance sectors working together. This point has been highlighted by Signorini, and one of the main solutions would lie in private-public partnerships. From this point of view, the document mentioned by Ms. Signorini, the discussion paper recently produced by the European Central Bank and EIOPA, and I'd like to take this opportunity to greet President Yelkeman on the gap between insurance and climate issues. Again, the question of public-private partnership has been underlined to be almost mandatory at both national and European level. The document also underlines that while the private insurance sector can offer a great deal of experience in the speedy payment of damages, of claims, it will be possible on the public side to improve legislation and act as reinsurers of last resort. If we want to go in this direction, the insurance industry needs to work hard to enhance its role and its position on the financial scene so that the eco-financial system may develop and serve the interests of businesses and households. It's essential for the insurance sector to highlight and reaffirm its importance. There was a meeting organized by the International Organization for Energy, the ECB, the European Investment Banks, with the chairpersons, and the presence of 6 important banking groups. There was only one insurance group, and that was the Generali. So I think that the crucial role, as pointed out by Mrs. Farina, the crucial role of the industry is rather underestimated. There is a huge potential represented in the European insurance sectors, the potential represented by assets of billions of euros. And I think from this point of view, our industry needs to be willing to take part in the next phases of European integration. And if I may, I'd like to point out that our group has spoken out in favor repeatedly of this launching of a process that will lead to a European insurance union, naturally to be achieved gradually with the cooperation on the part of national authorities. And as in the case of the banking sector, it should involve all the main European insurance companies. I believe that we play a fundamental role in terms of forthcoming challenges, but it is important that for us to be at the same time capable of presenting a united front and of speaking with a single voice that can show our resilience in facing challenges. I think that there are 2 points that still require our attention. They have been mentioned by Mr. Signorini: Solvency II and the retail investment strategy. They could both help with a greater integration of the capital markets in Europe. So as to the Solvency II directive, it has already been pointed out that negotiations have already started between the European institutions, and I believe that these negotiations will benefit from the valuable suggestions recently expressed by the Council and the Parliament. I don't wish to go into the details of the discussions on the improvements to the Solvency II directive. Mr. Signorini mentioned the importance of not moving towards a reduction in the overall patrimonial burden. I think that our sector is a our sector is an industry that is based on a large amount of capital, but even though we adopt a very strict approach in analyzing empirical evidence, there is some room for maneuver in terms of releasing resources. But I don't think this is the most important point. I rather think that it would be important to reduce the bureaucratic steps and the duplication of reporting that is very burdensome for companies. And we welcome the recent statement made by President von der Leyen in her speech on the State of the Union, when she announced that the Commission will present an initial proposal to reduce by 25% reporting obligations at European level. The Commission will monitor competitiveness also through an independent committee. I think that all this is essential in ensuring that legislation meets its purpose and can really be at the service of a recovery of competitiveness for the European economy. And I think that this is a central issue for all of us today. What is also important, as mentioned by Mrs. Farina, is to bear in mind the need to avoid over-regulation at national level. It's described as gold plating, because all this ends up by compromising uniform competitiveness in the European, or on the European continent, what is called the level playing field. The second important point has to do with the investment strategy. Another key element. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the president of EIOPA, who has done some very constructive work with a strong commitment to find a compromise solution that could meet the needs of investors, but could also ensure that competitiveness would be maintained. The proposal, we believe, could still be improved, and we are awaiting the discussions within the European Council to see whether this text will be improved. But we were positively impressed by the fact that the rapporteur presented clear indications as to how the text might be improved in connection with on important points. The importance of advisors on investment products in connection with insurance and its specificity, the inclusion of qualitative elements. We had mentioned this repeatedly. We didn't want the value for money criterion to consider only costs, but also the quality of service and products. And thirdly, a more realistic time frame that would respect market evolution to establish whether it would or not be justified to introduce a ban on incentives. And we could take a negative view of this because it would push investors away or consumers away from advisory services. I think the whole industry is called upon to face very significant challenges. It needs to do this with great determination and through cooperation and with a long-term vision. Europe needs to become stronger and more united, and I think that the insurance sector can play a fundamental role in this process.
I wish to thank ANIA and President Farina for this opportunity of sharing some thoughts with you on this 30th birthday, let's say, of the single market. 30 years is an important figure in the history of Europe. The 30-year war, 30 years between the two world wars, and the Belle Epoque lasted 30 years. So celebrating 30 years of the single market has a particularly important meaning in Europe, especially with regard to the business world. Now, everything began, and even the very name, the single market, everything began with the first major reform of the European treaties, that with the Single European Act of 1985 that entered into force in 87, sets forth the fact that by the 31st of December of 1992, the unification of what had been called the common market up to then was to be completed. Therefore, an operation that continued thereafter, starting from the 1st of January 1993, and that's when the 30-year period started. So during these 30 years, many things have happened, and perhaps in the prospect of the beginning of at the beginning, the forthcoming 30 years had been imagined to be different from what actually happened in practice. Now, going in order, with the European Single Act, and therefore the changes in the document that established the European, the Common Europe, well, there was a major institutional shift, a turnabout. On the one hand, the principle of mutual recognition of the national laws was sanctioned, was confirmed in order to improve the circulation of businesses and of services, and the principle of establishment, the right of establishment. That was extremely important also for the insurance sector. So besides this, there was also a majority, a vote of qualified majority vote in the European Council for the approval of legislation instead of the vote of unanimity that had existed prior to that, and that had led to a slowing down, and in some sectors even a stalemate in the legislation process. And so this took on an important role. That is, the legislator and the council became very important. In the previous years, with the unanimity vote, there had been some changes in the insurance world. The first directives date back to the 70s, that on civil responsibility for automobile insurances. and also in life and non-life sectors and the annual accounts of insurance companies. But of course, the acceleration arrived with this important innovation, therefore starting from the beginning of the beginning of the single market. Now, immediately thereafter, as we know, a second fundamental reform of the European treaties was adopted. That is the Maastricht Treaty. Now, the Maastricht Treaty changed the general context. On the one hand, with the establishment of the European Economic Monetary Union, this was introduced an element of transparency and comparability of all the activities in the financial sector, in the banking sector, insurance sector, and so on. On the other hand, it introduced priorities, different priorities, within the framework of the the construction of the European building. The internal market, common market, and single market, that is how they had been up to that time. So there wasn't only the aspect of the single currency, therefore the perfection of the economic and monetary union, but also foreign policy, security policy, justice, cooperation in internal affairs policies. So the newborn European Union changed its aspect, and the single market remained a fundamental element, but it was no longer of central importance as it had been up to then. In spite of this, the regulatory activity of Europe and also the interventions of the Commission to ensure not only that the barriers would be removed, the barriers amongst the states would be removed, but also with respect to the activities of the businesses. The widespread application of the rules that we call antitrust rules to protect free competition and also trans-border concentration of companies and so on. So there are new opportunities, but at the same time, there are also some new challenges. So the European market changed during the 90s and the early 2000s. It changed its aspect. With the year 2000, there was a progressive change also in the worldwide scene, and consequently also the European scene. What changes in Europe, but not for endogenous factors, that is the treaties or new laws, the joining of new companies, of new countries, but also for global issues, exogenous issues. And the first, as President Farina reminded us, the first was globalization. The sole comment that we can make on a phenomenon that we all know, that we're all acquainted with, is that in the history of the last 2 or 3 centuries was the first globalization where Europe and the European states were not a protagonist, an undisputed protagonist. So globalization arrives in Europe, it was imposed on Europe, rather than Europe being a protagonist. The second major phenomenon is climate change, and then globalization carried with it also, as has always happened in the previous globalizations in history, it has brought with it migrations, that is the migration of large numbers of people, because the global population in the world has increased, especially in certain underprivileged areas, so the migrations became massive. And then there were a series of negative shocks. The economic and financial crisis in 2008, which ended while measures were being taken to set things right. So what arrived was the disrupting pandemic of COVID, and then also the return of war in Europe, a war that worries everyone. So in the face of all of these events, Europe responded also by taking a single stance. But it also lost ground. Now, the issues that affect this sector more closely I would like to summarize them very briefly. Well, the great mass of laws, more severe restrictive laws that were issued during the economic and financial crisis. Therefore, the restraints deriving therefrom for the operators and businesses in the sector, including insurance companies and also the states, those that were more exposed are those with a heavy public debt. And their annual debt that went on increasing. Well, downstream from this, there was a strengthening of financial oversight. So authorities were created, IOPA for the insurance sector, and approval, the passing of important laws such as Solvency II that was mentioned several times, and will be this morning, and we will be hearing more about it. And also the single supervisory body over banks and the harmonization of national funds, and the launching of the Union of the Capital Market that was mentioned by the President in her initial address this morning. So, Capital Union launched by the British Commissioner before Brexit. Well, this was followed by some relaxation, and then in 2021, it has been given new momentum and is important for the sector. So the European Union, in its legislative activity and in its operational and institutional activities, is not at a standstill, not at all, but rather it produces a number of new provisions and elements. I recalled the most important ones, but we could recall others as well, and it mobilized new resources. The Next Generation EU, which was mentioned by other speakers, carries some novelties. That is, the gathering of funds that can be gathered on the basis of a small European debt, less than 1%. But this enables us to increase the financial resources, which grew as much as 2% of the gross income of the Union. So this 2% is huge compared to the past. It's a doubling of the resources. However, the United States of America, if we want to compare ourselves with this other reality, for their federal budget, they mobilize 24% of their overall gross incomes. In Europe, it's 2%. 2% in Europe, 24% in Europe. So in the US. So the gap between the two figures is quite huge. So now that we are working on the reform of Solvency II, and now that a proposal has been put forward for a directive that may rehabilitate the insurance companies' activities, similar to what was done for the banking sector. So now that the European Union, with the Next Generation EU, has emphasized how important is the technological development to make up for a major gap, and also the new green initiatives that are promoted by European public opinion. And so with respect to the turnabout in the green sector, we must recall the laws passed at the European level on taxonomy. So for the financial institutions as well, it's going to be important to bear in mind this type of priority. Now, with respect to all of these elements that make it possible for the member states of the European Union to cope with global issues, well, we see that the European Union, however, compared to what it was 30 years ago, in fact, when we celebrate a birthday, we look to the past as well as looking ahead. Well, the European Union has lost weight at world level. It has lost this importance for factors that, if we go back to the time when Europe achieved a primal position at world level in the 18th, 19th, and 20th century, after which it had to. There was also the United States that had emerged. However, all this was based on elements that today are factors of weakness, whereas they were strengths at the time. So technologies, industrial revolution that started in Europe gave Europe a primacy at world level, whereas today, with regard to the new technologies, and let's hope that we make up for lost time, especially by working on artificial intelligence, but we're lagging behind. And be able to come up with a mobile phone that may be of European production. And so all of the technological novelties are made and pursued outside of Europe, and also the raw materials. In the past, we had coal, iron, and so on, but now the new essential raw materials, from the energy materials to those used for the new technologies, well, they are not held by Europe. And then demography. The demographic drop in Europe is in contrast with the demographic boom of Europe 2 centuries ago and even a century ago. Now, faced with all of these factors, we need to take action. We must react. There is room for maneuver, especially for the insurance sector. What we have learned over the last 30 years as major opportunities provided by the expansion of the market of reference for national markets, with the removal of barriers in Europe, well, we must do the same also at the global level. And the European institutions have a fundamental role to play. One last remark. The European institutions and the European states that have the final say, an important say, well, they must make a quantum leap. They must do something at the institutional level so that we can put an end to all those impediments, all those dysfunctional elements that slow down our collective action and that require compromises to be made, and that also lead to refashioning what the directives have tried to make common amongst the European countries, where the European Union needs a constitutional change, it needs a federal change. 70 years ago, the coal and steel community was set up. If we well, we need to now move towards a European federation. The 30 years of the single market gives us an important platform, and we need to move from here in order to issue, to come to and become a global force.
Alessandra Migliaccio from Bloomberg will be moderating a panel discussion. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you all. We will start with our first panel. 30 years since the single market was established. I'd like to ask Professor Moavero Milanesi to come back to the podium so that we will have a chance to speak some more. And then I'd like to invite other panelists with Petra Jelkema. Welcome, the president of EIOPA, Mirencio del Valle, President of UNESPA, the Spanish Insurance Association. Marcel Haag, Director of DG FISMAN of the European Commission. The discussion will be in Italian, but some of our guests will be speaking in English. So we have this sort of hybrid panel.
I'd like to begin with Marcel Haag, if we may. Quindi volevo iniziare con il nostro rappresentante istituzionale della Commissione. Is the microphone working? Yeah? Okay. If you could just begin by giving us your view, your perspective on events. Io ho chiesto una panoramica, un po' il suo punto di vista della Commissione Europea, da dove insomma parte.
Yeah,
Grazie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure. Heard from Professor Muavero Milanese how the single market has evolved over time. The single market of today is not the single market of 30 years ago, and say that the single market has brought a lot of benefits to the insurance sector, but when I say the insurance sector is a beneficiary of the single market, which it is, don't forget that the insurance industry is also a contributor to the strengthening the capital markets, which crucially depend on the contribution of the insurance industry. The insurance industry presents a number of specificities that have to be taken into account, and that's why the EU legal framework has always considered those specificities and made it its objective to not only ensure cross-border provision of insurance services, but at the same time also ensure a high level of protection for consumers across the single market, and also take into account the important role of the insurance sector as channeling household savings into the financial system and also into the real economy. As we just heard, the first initiatives to legislate in the insurance sector precede Maastricht and the internal market, and started in the 1970s. But I think there were two real breakthrough moments in the EU framework for insurance. The first one dates back to the 1990s, when passporting was introduced, and when the provision of insurance services were made possible on the basis of a single license, which allowed to provide services across the EU. Now, this was based on what was called Solvency I, and this was minimum harmonization. So it was still possible for the member states to add national legislation, which then, in the end, was a major complication. This we only got rid of with Solvency II, which is the second really breakthrough moment, as I see it, where maximum harmonization made it possible also to pool risks across the EU, and made it a lot easier for insurance companies to provide services across the European Union. I think the effects are very positive. I think the insurance industry is more robust. and more resilience. Consumers have benefited in terms of lower prices, more choice, and a wider range of products. So I believe the single market has shown its potential. Now, of course, there is the role of the important role of the insurance industry that it can potentially play in financing the green and digital transition, which is maybe the big question now. The question here is whether we are living up, whether the insurance sector is living up to its full potential. A lot of people say no, not yet, but maybe that is something we can discuss later.
Of course. Thank you so much. So we will discuss, and I think we'll get back to that important theme. I would like to ask Petra Helkema. She's president of EIOPA. It's the Insurance and Pensions Authority. So, considering what we've heard so far, what have been the main impacts and benefits for the financial sector and insurance, obviously, sector, of this development over 30 years? For example, considering the Capital Markets Union, or how do you see this development, and how do you see it going forward?
Thank you, and first of all, thank you for the invitation, for being here. Thank you very much for an inspirational opening. Where are we and where should we go? I think the last 30 years really made insurance go through something where maybe even at a birthday party selling insurance was, these days you're part of financial services, we're part of financial industry, we're actually very relevant for the economy. I think what we do as an industry, whether you're on the insurance side or the supervisory side, but what we do as an industry is, I think, very important, but it's also much more recognized. We give peace of mind. We make sure trade can happen. We make sure entrepreneurs can act. We make sure parents can raise their kids and focus on helping with homework instead of the risks that might happen because they have an insurance. And they sometimes need advice for that, and then they get the advice. I think we are very much more part of economic decisions that people need to make along the way in order to be able to focus on other things. Yes, that sometimes makes us a little bit boring, in the sense that you want to deal with it and then focus on other things. But it also means we are a fundamental part of what is financial stability and consumer protection, and that is also why that is in my mandate. If you look how that as a market has developed from a very national perspective, bringing it up to that importance, going cross-border, but also being recognized in law, going from this minimum harmonized Solvency I to a full Solvency II, to the passporting, but also creating an authority in Frankfurt that within 10 years really became that authority. And whenever there are questions to the EU about insurance or pensions and about their markets, you see that they can find EIOPA and the voice is heard. Just to make the comparison, if you look at the pension side, it's still very national, it's still minimum harmonized, there's still many issues there. And I think if you just put that next to now the insurance market and the regulatory framework that is maximum harmonized, you just see how development of a market, recognition of the need for certain regulation can actually help to build an industry and get it to a next level. So what needs to happen going forward? Growing to the next level. And what is that? Well, first of all, I think the importance of insurance is actually increasing with what we call protection gaps, and they've all been mentioned today. It's the pension gap, it's the protection gap for net cat risk. So and that is not only needed because it's just there, the gap, but it's also, I think, more and more recognized that there is a role for insurance to play not only to insure, and I was very happy our report with the ECB was mentioned, but actually being the ones in society that get the risks, that know the risk, and that can help through the ecosystem to better manage those risks with every player playing a part, not only insurance. So I think that will help. But we also need to. Digitalization is happening. Again, here, AI, mentioned a lot. I think it's the most mentioned word so far. It's going to be key, but this is an industry that is used to data analysis, that has been dealing with data for a long time. So that knowledge that is in the industry can help move forward. But we can't do this alone. And I think that is where I agree that we need to gradually further develop to more also supervision at a European level. There's several reasons. First is that if you want to be seen in the dialogue in Brussels at the same level as banks, then you need to make sure you're at the same level. We're not, we're national competent authorities. So that's just the reality. And then, of course, we tell each other that we are upset about how insurance is hurt, but at the same time, we're very comfy at the national level. There's a trade-off there. That's one. Second, passporting in a digital time is a very interesting business model. You get a license in one member state, you start selling cross-border, maybe you cause trouble cross-border, maybe you do good things cross-border, but you can do so through a website. With that model, how are you going to fit supervision to that? Are you just going to rely on a decentralized home host, or do you feel more power is needed at the European level? Trust. And I think what has happened over the last 3 decades is there's much more trust in the insurance industry because of good supervision, because of a robust framework, because of fit and proper assessments. Still, I think some member states, if there is more European supervision, those citizens might be more comfortable saving more pensions, knowing that there is an additional step in that supervision. It did work on the banking side, some comfort there. And finally, some support. Sometimes we work very closely with national competent authorities on cases, and that support is very much appreciated. Because if we talk theoretically about powers in Europe and national tends to take the lead. If we talk about concrete cases, if member states have issues, they wonder where EIOPA is. And then EIOPA, and I always think that's important, EIOPA is not just me. It is me sitting at a table with 27 national competent authorities. And those competent authorities are already currently aware of cases where insurers are selling in Europe very bad products. But to stop that at a European level is difficult these days. And so we need to improve that. And that will be my call for the next Commission. So I think we need to continue this effort, building not the credibility or the necessity or the importance of our industry, but we also need to build a platform where that voice is heard, I think, better than today, because we have a tremendous task coming at us with all these gaps that we need to deal with. But the dialogue is good, so I trust we can.
All right, on a positive note, thank you. Quindi questa differenza fra supervisori.
So this difference between national and international systems.
I would like to go directly then to Mirecho del Valle, who's president of UNESPAS, the Spanish Association of Insurers, almost 200 insurers in Spain, but 5,000 or more beyond Spanish borders. So in line with what she's saying about, there's the national level and then there's the European level. What's your point of view? Where are we and where are we going, putting these two things together?
So prima di tutto non so se...
Perfetto, ringrazio allora.
I'd like to thank ANIA for having invited me to take part in this summit. Thank you. I'm really happy to be in Rome, the city where the European Economic Community was born, and we are here to take stock with my colleagues, with the supervisor, and now we have reached the 30th anniversary of the single market. I would like to speak in Italian, but I could talk of books, other things, but not of this this subject. So I pass to English.
By Petra, related with a success story of the...
Mike, sorry.
I come back to one point said by Petra. A success story of the European single market is the European passport, the single license, the possibility to operate in other European countries, opening branches or selling products, using the freedom to provide services, having in mind that we don't have a single rule at European level. There are as many rules as member states, but thanks to the European passport, there are no barriers anymore, at least on the prudential fields. And I think that is an ingenious way to overcome the lack of harmonization, allowing insurance companies to operate in other countries using their own home legislation and having in a same member state 27 companies using 27 different legislations. So I think that it was an ingenious idea, not to avoid a complete harmonization, but to allow insurance companies to operate abroad. And I would like to mention, because we are talking from the past, I would like to mention, to quote another success story, and it's the wide European solution in motor insurance, thanks to which millions and millions of people and goods move across Europe. And we don't realize that is an amazing system that we built in the last 40 years. So I think that we have innovative solutions that we built in the 20th century. And nowadays, as Petra mentioned, we have to face new challenges, how to combine with the digital world, how make our internal market more sustainable, how to make our citizens better protected, how to reduce the protection gap, and we talked this morning about natural catastrophes, pensions, and other fields related to aging potential, and how to face, as insurance companies, new emerging risks. So I think that we have a challenge future, but we have good basements to be able to face the new challenges.
Thank you very much. That's quite clear. Adesso ripasso quindi
Now I'm going to go back to Italian. You spoke about the turnabout that we need, but what appears to have been emerging, all of these steps that have been made little by little, those who don't love Europe would say that Europe doesn't work, but actually with all the pitfalls and problems, Europe is going ahead. So in your opinion, now that there are other challenges that are becoming more and more complex, how do you see the turnabout that was just mentioned? How do you see it? Well, I think that we have a saying that if you go slowly, you will go a long way. And we have many anecdotes, many stories, and so on. But if we look back, these last 30 years and even look back 72 years, well, since then, the progress made is unprecedented. No such progress had ever been made before. So Europe certainly does have a competitive challenge with the rest of the world, which is much bigger than it was 30 years ago. So we don't only have the United States, Japan, and other major industrialized company, which were our competitors at the time, but now we have a huge mass, or a huge number of new countries that have emerged. They're no longer emerging countries, but they have become emerged. They have asserted themselves. If we think of China, the rapidity with which it has become a super economic military power and so on, well, we must think that it is important also from the financial standpoint. China has a huge internal market that had never had that potential in the last century, but now it has gone back to being a worldwide player. And if we go back in history, it had been a major player many centuries ago. So when I speak about a necessary turnabout, I realize that we need to be bold. We need to be more committed and dare more. So I think that we need to look at the problem of the constitutional aspect of Europe. Europe must be recognized by everyone, and I realize this in the universities. When you try to explain what the institutional structure of Europe is, after a while, from the faces of the students, you realize that it's not perceivable, because we compare it against the reality that we know. It's similar, but it's different. So I think that we need to move away from this diversity and look at the issue 360 degrees. We want a Europe that has a federal structure. There's a major difference between a federal structure and the current one, because the federal structure isn't even very clear if we look at the examples in history, but we must face this issue, because it is no longer acceptable that there be a single market with major differences at the tax level. There is VAT everywhere, but the rate is different. So unify the VAT rates is important, and unanimity is impossible to achieve. So we have this diversified reality for similar activity, and for businesses this is a problem, a huge problem. The gold plating that was mentioned earlier on means that where a European directive would replace 27 national legislations, through the honing and fine-tuning which are done when transposing a directive, we recreate the differences. So here as well, we need a federal system so as to set this problem right. The issue that I would bring up, and I would discuss it during this very long electoral campaign. I think it should be brought up during this campaign. Well, there are many challenges, of course, and I wanted to go back to Marcel Hager.
I wanted to get back to what you were saying. You mentioned Solvency II, which contributed to the development of the single market for insurance services. So how has the Commission proposal of 2021, so the review, intended to further develop the single market for insurance services? And in your view, what will be the outcome of current negotiations? Where are we going in that sense?
Yeah, this is a very good question. The Insolvency II is a single market instrument, and our package of 2021 contributes to further improve the single market dimension of Insolvency II. Let me maybe pick out one point that Petra has already mentioned, and that's the issue of supervision. We have seen a number of cross-border insurers fail in recent times, and this has pointed to gaps and problems in supervision, and the fact that home supervisors of insurances that are mainly doing business abroad, the fact that home supervisors might deprioritize the supervision of such insurers is only one of them. So how to plug the gaps of in supervision? The answer is more cooperation and more information exchange between national supervisors. That is one thing, and our proposal does that. And the second thing is more EIOPA. And I'm not saying that to please Petra, and I should also be clear, EIOPA has done a lot already and is doing a lot, but its powers are still too limited. And here we have to fix that, and our proposals go some way in doing so. And thirdly, we also made a proposal for an IRRD, an insurance restructuring and resolution framework, because we think that we need harmonized rules that national resolution authorities can use when they are dealing with failed insurers, to be able to take them from the market if necessary, whilst protecting the policyholders, and also minimizing the impact on taxpayers and financial stability. Now, this is not going all the way to propose insurance union, and which is the code for.
That was my next question. So
okay, good.
No. Continue.
Okay, yeah.
So you're not proposing insurance union.
We're not proposing. This is not going as far as proposing insurance union, which is code for a single insurance supervisory mechanism. Because at the time we made the proposal, we thought there's no realistic chance of achieving this, but it goes some way in improving supervision. Now it'll be for the co-legislators in trialogue to find the right balance, and the Commission is of course supporting this process, and we very much hope that the discussion, the negotiation of Insolvency II can still be concluded under this political mandate, so before the European elections.
So before, okay. Well, that's news for us anyway. Petra, at this point, would you like to respond and just add to that your point of view?
Yeah, so I think when we look first at the Solvency II proposal, and the negotiations. I think what is important, it's an evolution, not a revolution. You've heard me say that many times, but I think the core of that is that it's a fundament in our markets that keeps a robust foundation on which we build the work with all the other challenges. So let's not undermine that robustness. EIOPA also have said that for long-term investment there's room for easing, but we also clearly say there's no room for easing anything beyond that. And so we need to be careful we don't go there. Maybe for this market on the VA, I think the recent crisis, particularly March Corona 2020, showed that the VA is not working as it should in some member states, undershooting, overshooting. So finding a solution for that will be helpful to make sure that numbers actually reflect what's happening. But I think in general, that is what we need to focus on in the Solvency II. When it comes to the powers of EIOPA and how we can act, I agree. I think, first of all, Solvency II is not the place where you solve the powers of EIOPA. It will be the next review of of the EIOPA regulation, and we really need to focus on that one as well. Meanwhile, anything that can be done in Solvency II is helpful, but I also stress that if there is an inconvenience of giving more powers to Europe, and one tries to solve that by giving more powers to EIOPA to see the problem, I would say that there are some areas where maybe a bit more visibility of the problem could help, but I do think that overall we have a lot of tools to see the problem. I just don't have the tools to act on the problem, and that's what I need.
And that's the problem.
On recovery and resolution, this is very important. We have a single market. You can sell anywhere, yet the consumer that buys the product, the protection of that consumer depends on the country where he or she is. Because if she or he is in a country that has an insurance guarantee scheme and there is a bankruptcy, he or she is protected. If not, then unfortunately not. So same product sold to an EU citizen, offering less protection because of differences in the market. If there is a failure or an almost failure, what tools are in place? What mechanisms? Is it organized, or is it just going to be an ad hoc decision-making process, which could be messy? Depends on where you are. It's not even close to harmonization. So getting an IARD, which by the way is minimum harmonization, I think is a very good first step to get it organized. Unfortunately, in the Netherlands, was the director of insurance when an insurer failed. We have a recovery and resolution scheme in place. We do not have I say we, but then in the Netherlands, there was recovery and resolution. There was no insurance guarantee scheme. People lost between 10 to 20% of their pension, and there was nothing to cover for that. There was no IGS. The choice was made to do it through a liquidator, not put it into resolution because it didn't impact on financial stability. Yet, I've learned so much from that case, and simply having a recovery and resolution scheme in place meant we had a way to work through all the steps that you need to take in a very bad situation because we thought about it ex ante. Even if in the end the public interest test did not lead to recovery and resolution, we were organized. And I think we need to be better organized as Europe, in particular because we see more cross-border. And I think that is, I didn't mention, that is one of the trends we see. Solvency II was starting with a market, a bright EU market with groups and subsidiaries. We see that changing. It's more and more becoming groups with freedom of services or groups with branches. And that also requires that you centralize how you can act. So I think that in itself would be my response while looking forward to the review of the EIOPA regulation.
All right, thank you very much. So moving on to the insurance, so Miresha Del Valle, quick response maybe on how do you feel about an insurance union? But actually I wanted also to move on to other things that you mentioned. You mentioned, you know, the future, there's more perhaps natural catastrophes, there are just so many challenges, new things that are hitting the insurance sector. And I was just curious to see, how do you see that? Are those things that keep you up at night? Are those the things that worry you the most? Or not, I mean.
So first of all, talking about Solvency II,
yes.
It would be desirable to get an agreement under the Spanish presidency.
And I think we may have one.
Because I'm Spanish.
We may have.
At least just before the European elections.
Yeah.
And I hope co-legislators will take the opportunity to allow insurance companies to maintain and reinforce their role in the long-term business, contributing on a financial stability and to the transition toward a more sustainable economic model in Europe. So I hope we will have a decision. On the recovery resolution is an extremely important subject, and I think that the establishment of a European framework should be tailored to the insurance needs We are not banks, and I think that this is important, and should be also adapted to the different systems that exist in the different European countries, because we have doing a way that has been done before for several European countries. So all of us, we have our own system, and we have to do something at European level compatible with the different systems that we have in our different European countries. And I would like also to mention some occasional frictions caused by, so to speak, a bad use of the freedom to provide services when insurance companies based in one European country do their business entirely in other European countries. We have had this experience in Spain with some insurance undertakings based in Gibraltar just before Brexit, with the only intention to do business in the south of Spain. We suffer a kind of supervisory and prudential dumping. And fortunately, EIOPA made a good job promoting the cooperation between supervisory authority, between the host and home supervisory authority, and this is another element that will be reinforced on the Solvency II review. So, and well, talking about the insurance union, I think that we need a proper debate before reaching any conclusion about the usefulness of an insurance union. I think that the question is on the table whether EIOPA would have a more prominent role, but I cannot answer this question today.
Of course, okay, thank you so much. All right, well then we'll get back to the other issues. Passo all'italiano per...
I'll move into Italian for Professor Margherita Milanesi.
Questa insurance union.
What is your view on the insurance union, considering what we've been saying, a Europe of nations, but a Europe that needs to find a solution, whether it will be federalism or something else?
Progresso a livello europeo naturalmente, grazie al cielo, è una buona costante nel corso anche
We
di questi anni.
do have had the European level, but which is positive, but there's a fragmentation between the different states that does exist. It's not always easy to say this, but this fragmentation, and we see it from the daily news in the media, fragmentation has increased when Europe opened up to the countries of Eastern Europe, not because these states are not disciplined, but because maybe these states believed that coming into Europe or into NATO would strengthen the sovereignty they had acquired after decades of being under the Soviet Union. For the European states, it was just a matter of sharing, but all this may have increased the fragmentation. But when we look at the situation at the level of the Council, where the states sit, we see that quite often there are difficulties, obstacles that come from the states of old Europe, even from the founding member states. And we ourselves, as Italy, we are often in a difficult position, and we see this in the discussions on the Stability Pact now. And we hope this won't affect the regulations for the insurance industry, but there are some institutional problems, and there's a problem in terms of goodwill. All this can boil down to a choice of whether we still believe that as individual states we have a role to play, or whether it is only within the Union that we can have a safer future.
Getting back to Marcel Haag, I wanted to move to something else as an economic financial journalist. So the financing of the EU economy. Do you think insurers have a role in this? Is it something that insurers can contribute to? And does the Commission want to make it easier for insurers to play a role of this type?
Yeah, as you know, the Commission and the European Union has made the green and digital transition its top political priority. So financing these transitions is a key issue, key question for the EU at this point. And here, indeed, we think that that insurers can have insurers have trillions of euros or dollars or whatever under management. And the characteristic of one of the characteristics of the sector is that these are mainly long-term liabilities. So we think that there is a huge potential of the insurance industry to support the financing of the digital and the green transitions. We have been, or the question has been raised, and whether our Insolvency II proposals would make it more or less difficult or easy to finance, to engage in financing the green transition. We think that there are several elements in the Insolvency II that make it easy, easier to invest long term. We will have to see how the trilogue will pan out here. We think that the insurers should play a substantial role here, and as necessary, we'll have to look into that again.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to switch it around, so to go directly to Mirencio Del Valle and then back this way, if okay with you. So my question is, looking at the future, I was mentioning before all the challenges that the sector faces, and just the new, a bit from war, unfortunately, to climate change, to demographics. The demographic decline, obviously, very important for insurers. What are the key areas of focus for the single market, in your opinion? Technology issues, demographics issues. How do you see it?
I didn't mention the natural catastrophe issue that I think that is an important one when we are talking about sustainability. Sometimes we forget the role that the insurance sector could play in order to have better protected society. And in this field, I think that we need a public private partnership. We have some experiences in the European market. We have a good system in Spain that have worked for decades to cover natural catastrophes. It's a public-private partnership that we need to review nowadays, because climate events have changed so much in the last years that the system doesn't cover the heavy rains that we have suffered in Spain last September. Our system only covered the floods, but not the effects of the heavy rain. So we have to rethink all the systems, and I think that we can learn lessons from the experience of some European countries to try to build something in Europe, because I'm of the opinion that better insured Europe will be a more sustainable Europe. We will help our citizens if they are well protected. So I think that in the coming months we have to focus on try to solve this problem, try to solve also the pensions.
Yes.
But it's a difficult topic because there is the national governments have too much to say. But it's true that in that field we need also more private-public partnership, because we need both in order to have a good pension, to spend the money in Italy or in Spain during our retirement time. So I think that there are two very special topics that, and there are answers in the insurance sector that we can put on the table for a proper debate.
Thank you. So we have just a little bit more time, so I would go to Petra, back to Petra Hirkama, and but at this point, since we're concluding, and you're the supervisor, so kind of my question would be, you know, what keeps you up at night? What are you most concerned about going forward, you know, for the sector?
Yeah, so first of all, on insurance, Solvency II and investing in green, there's 9 trillion under assets in our market. We have a huge market. When I'm outside of Europe, I always start with that. I think the world sometimes underestimates how big we are already. If that can help the green transition through green investment, excellent, but let's keep in mind that money is there in the first place to protect consumers and keep the trust. I think that's one. On the new challenges, what keeps me up at night? One of the first things also with my board we discuss for when we do our planning for the next years is we need to have a contingency if the war gets worse. Sounds terrible, but that is really an option that's not gone yet. And we need to be able to find each other. We need to act on the spot maybe. We will have questions. The green card question came up immediately when the invasion started and Ukrainians started to drive into Europe. And the insurance sector solved that by finding a solution very quickly. So that is one. So that's the first concern. We do not live in a stable world. We have a lot of elections next year. So that's one. Second, I hope with Solvency II coming to a close under the Spanish presidency, we can focus on the actual issues. And here is an opportunity, because I find at my table with the supervisors, there's a total willingness to work together on sustainability. There's a total willingness to work together on digitalization. It is too much for each of us individually. But together, I think we bring a lot of knowledge. So a lot of my focus is on coordinating that and also act and learn from each other where we can. And I think finally on the protection gaps, another point where is there enough activity from governments? What can we do as supervisors? Show them the numbers. So what I would like to have, we have already a natural catastrophe dashboard on our website that just shows where the risks are. We also have a report that shows how much of that is insured. Only 25% in Europe, 75% not organized yet. I think we need the same for pensions. And that will take a bit, because it means I would like to build a dashboard where I do not only include the second and the third pillar, but I also include social and labor law. Now, I'm often told, Peter, that's not your mandate. I appreciate that's not my mandate, but could I just get the data and make the dashboard? And then let's talk about the gap, because the gap will become visible. But with visibility, I think we have a starting point. So that is not just keeping me up at night, but it's also motivating me for waking up again and getting to work.
Thank you for this message of hope, and thank you to our honored panelists. Passo all'italiano. Abbiamo finito questo primo panel.
We have concluded this first panel. I'd like to thank all our guests and thank ANIA for having given me the honor of acting as a moderator during this panel, and we'll move on to the second phase. Thank you.
Chiara Albanese will moderate the next roundtable discussion.
Assolutamente interessante che nell'orario più complesso, quello prima del pranzo, quindi vi chiediamo ancora un po' di attenzione per affrontare un argomento abbastanza attuale, che è quello di come si affronta.
How do we deal with the issues and what are the prospects in the face of a scenario that is changing because of the strong pressure on the transition? There's pressure from climate change, a lot of regulations that the players in the insurance sector must implement. They must find a way to combine these with the needs of their clients, with their customers. And we have a distinguished panel here. I don't want to take too much time, so I would like to address a question to one of the guests so as to break the ice. And I will be mixing Italian and English to make sure that we understand each other. So I would begin with Michela Köhler, Director General of Insurance Europe.
So the European insurance industry is helping people to face the risks that are coming from events that can be unforeseeable in several instances, but at the same time, there is also a big pressure to tackle, for example, change, climate change, digital transition, you name them. It is not an easy task. So when it comes to how you balance all those changes, and mainly facing climate change, how do you respond to the pressure from the industry while also maintaining this buoyancy, this propellants towards the future?
Okay. Well, first, thank you very much. Thank you, Chiara, and thank you first and foremost to ANIA for inviting me today. It's always a big pleasure to be in Rome. And then, of course, to speak about our favorite topic, insurance. And to do it, by the way, on a panel with friends from the asset management and banking side is certainly a challenge. But to your question and the forward-looking element, you have alluded to it. Of course, the insurance industry has a dual role in the economy. We are first and foremost risk takers. And sometimes this is a little bit forgotten. You know, when we are looked at mostly as a financial institution, it is forgotten that the raison d'etre that we really have is taking risk away from society and covering those risks. And I think moving forward, what is perfectly clear, and it was quite interesting also to listen to the first panel, the challenges are bigger. We have protection gaps definitely growing and profoundly growing. We have higher frequency of events, we have higher severity, and we have the challenge that when you look to private citizens, but also sometimes, I think, beyond the retail and private investor to our exchanges with the regulators at the industry, regulators and the governments, that the risks are still underestimated very often. And that is why moving forward, I think from an industry perspective, what we are seeking is a very good cooperation in public-private partnerships. We can bring a lot to the table. We see that in many markets in Europe, where the insurance industry is bringing its expertise, the data it has collected, the experience it has with claims management, handling, paying out claims when push comes to shove. So that will definitely also be the challenge for the future.
Thank you. So let's move to Giovanni Sabatini. He's the director of ABI, Direttore Generale di ABI. I'm here split between two languages. So the transition towards a low carbon emission that we mentioned is bringing both risks and opportunity, and that's easier said than done, right? So at the same time, we still have an incomplete regulatory framework. Banks still have to comply with an incredible large amount of new regulation. There is an insufficient support to transitional finances compared to sustainable finance, and there is still an imbalance between what is the responsibility of the public and what is actually asked to the private sector. Okay, now, what is the answer to all those challenges?
Grazie. Innanzitutto
Well,
grazie.
thank you. I would like to thank President Farina and thank you, Anya, for your invitation and for having enabled me to bring the viewpoint of the banking sector on issues that will define the strategies of the financial sector, therefore the banks and insurance of asset management in the upcoming years. I have listened very carefully to the previous speakers who have highlighted the structural and other difficulties, and undoubtedly the transition towards a more sustainable economy is a fundamental element. Having said this, it is clear that the role of the financial sector, and therefore of the banks, in facilitating or in acting as catalysts in this process whereby the economy adjusts to new, more sustainable principles, may be of fundamental importance, but a fundamental element is also to define the limits of this role. The financial sector, therefore the banks and the insurance companies, the asset management companies cannot be the main players in this transition. A fundamental role must be played by the institutions, the public institutions, that must define a framework of rules that is consistent, a framework of economic and industrial policies that are consistent, and they must contribute to the cost of this transition and provide incentives to facilitate the transition. So the financial sector may play an important role in this setting. More brutally stated, it is unthinkable that the financial sector, that is the banks, they should be the policemen of companies with respect to sustainability. And this is one issue. And the other is the body of rules. Without going into the details, the financial sector not only is subject to the obligations of reporting and disclosure with regard to sustainability, but also the prudential legislation has been modified in order to take into account the new dimension that traditional risks, credit risk, operating risks, market risks have as a result of the increased risks in the transition in environment, governance, and social risks. But in order to build into the process for managing the crises, in order to build in this new dimension, we need data. And this is where we have a problem of regulations that need to be consistent with the objectives. They need to be coordinated. And I'm thinking of the coordination amongst the various levels of regulations in Europe. The first level laws, standards, technical standards of the supervisory bodies, expectations of the supervisory bodies, and answers to the frequently asked questions, which become case law. And not always are these consistent with one another. And often we find that there isn't a correct sequence in the implementation of these rules or laws. And so a prudential approach requires the banks to consider the sustainability profile of companies. But as yet, we have not, for the smaller companies, the disclosure duties have not been established yet. And so there is an issue with the need for prudential laws that are not supported by a framework of reference, especially with regard to quantity, quality, and timeliness of the data, in order to ensure compliance with the rules. The last issue, well, this was defined through taxonomy, where we have seen what are the activities that respond to the requirements, that comply with the requirements of the ESG requirements. But the true problem is transition, that is, the companies that today carry out activities that are not yet totally consistent with taxonomy, but they can be placed in a condition of transition in order for them to develop business models that are consistent with the ESG profiles. The true challenge for the financial world is to support these companies in this transition. What is missing today is a taxonomy of transition. What is missing are definitions that allow us to make a correct assessment of the validity of the quality of the transition plans. And an important issue where the financial and business sector need to confront each other, and the role of the associations are important as well, with them talking to each other at the national level, but also at the European level. Well, they are fundamental in defining paths that are proportionate, consistent, and that have operate at the right speed. So there are a number of ambitious objectives. So I would like to shift this conversation onto Sandro Pierri, president of eFarma, to see how all this pans out at the retail level. The retail market has a characteristic that emerges more strongly than ever. So there's a very strong demand, but it is also not homogeneous. So each household, each customer seeks attention, seeks personalized responses in a context where there is a lot of pressure. And so these things are difficult to reconcile. So how can we make this market sustainable? Thank you for the question, and thank you for having been invited by ANIA. I'm going to speak Italian. The issue is very complex, and I would like to begin with an issue that was brought up this morning. In actual fact, we are not faced with challenges, but we are faced with a change in paradigm, which is much more complicated than a mere challenge. We have heard these are the four fundamental elements. There's a change in paradigm in terms of sustainability, a change in paradigm with regard to technological revolution, the demographic aspect, and at the geopolitical level, which has not been brought up very much. However, the globalization model that characterized the last 50 years is very close. And the changes in paradigm occur at the same time. I'm not a historian of economics, but ever since I started working, I had never seen such a thing. So if we look to the future, there are two basic problems. One is a reallocation of capital. We need to finance the transition and the digital revolution, which are main priorities for the European Commission, but we must also mobilize capital. So there's a permanent issue, there's a permanent aspect, but we need to co-mobilize capital, the capital of individuals, of households. There's an important figure. Only 1/3 of the assets of families is managed in a professional manner. 2/3 are tied up in deposits or they're not dealt with professionally. And this is a structural problem because it is difficult to contribute to financing the changes in paradigm if we don't go in this direction. So in my opinion, if we look at things this way, there is an important aspect which is consistency of what the European Commission and the regulatory framework has dealt with in the last few years, and that is overall consistency. There are two issues. One was mentioned earlier, that is retail investment strategy, which is an important aspect, and we are committed as IFAMA to working on this with the Commission. In our opinion, one of the aspects, one of the implications of the retail investment strategy is a quantitative aspect of value for money, which virtually focuses on growth of managing liabilities. And in the transition, if all of the management activity were based on liabilities, then okay. But there are the part of sustainability is the most important challenge. We heard about transition, and I totally agree on the need for a transition taxonomy. But I would like to make a recommendation. We started a path with a body of regulations that were not very sound, but now we have a regulatory framework that is providing some results. Sorry, but the voice comes and goes. And investment funds are, I'm sorry, but the voice comes and goes, and now it's totally gone. So some elements of progress with regard to the mobilization of individual capital for the transition phase is there, but the recommendation for the new Commission is to start from scratch because we too need stability. Well, thank you. So this takes us rapidly to the second part of our conversation.
We have seen the amount of legislation that has been passed, which is like impressive, and we were discussing that just now. So how can we make sure that financial institutions are faced with the right amount of regulation and also avoid the duplicity sometimes of like a double legislation?
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you to President Farina and to ANIA for the invitation to come here. And I will actually speak as a former European regulator. I do remember a long time ago, it was on the agenda of the Commission, better regulation. I don't know whether you recall that. We talked about subsidiarity, we talked about proportionality, we talked about impact assessment, and we talked about unity in diversity. What have we seen over the last couple of years? More and more uniform legislation, less and less impact assessment, very broad impact assessment, without an analysis what it means in practice for the various sectors, how different forms of regulation can combine. We pass horizontal legislation without knowing how it will affect each of the sectors separately. That is something that needs to change. I think the European citizens have the right to have regulation that is properly thought through that is assessed from the beginning on its potential impact, and not in general. And I give you an example. The increasing legislation has had or is having enormous consequences in Central and Eastern Europe. Many countries in Central and Eastern Europe have a relatively young insurance industry with small, medium-sized players. They are suffocated by this regulation and they disappear. And there is a risk that in a large part of Europe, we will see less and less actors, possibly taking over by companies from old Europe, and that means less diversification, less difference in products, less service to the local community. So, well-thought regulation, impact assessment from the start, but also looking at how the regulation has achieved its objectives. I haven't seen any analysis of what was planned, what was executed, and what's the result after. Have we achieved the objectives? We don't do that. So that is my hope, that the next Commission will attach more importance to better regulation, to see that what is being developed is really in the interest of the European citizens.
Professor, I would like to remain with you to still have some specific examples of the regulation. One area in which there is growing attention also for climate change that we already mentioned is natural catastrophes. How do you expect, for example, regulation in that specific area to be thought and decided? And do you have any vision, any advice on that specific matter, or like other areas with specific examples?
I think this is a very good example where Europe can show that it cares about its citizens. We should start really by analyzing, and I think what EIOPA and the European Central Bank have been doing, to start by an analysis, why do people not buy insurance? Is there a possibility for the insurance industry to offer more attractive products, to apply less exclusion clauses so that the products become more attractive for the citizens? So to start from the bottom up, an analysis of how the whole value chain can contribute to, in the end, end up in public-private partnerships. Because I'm always smiling when I hear people, we need a public-private partnership. We talked about that 20 years ago. Nothing has happened. But how do you want public authorities to step in if the private sector is not fully delivering what we can expect? By innovative products, by more prevention, by also having the role of intermediaries playing in that, so that we can develop a sort of a model at European level which member states can then use to develop a kind of emergency team that can step in from the moment that we have a catastrophe. And if Europe could do that, I think it will give a very good example that Europe cares about its citizens.
I would like to pose a similar question to Michaela Köhler. Specifically, what, from your perspective, is the right balance of your regulation, and if you have any wishes in terms of where we're going with it, also given those changes that we mentioned?
Okay. I now speak more about the financial role and that the insurance sector has as a financial actor. And I want to pick up on a couple of, I think, suggestions that were made by the colleagues on the panel. First, we have seen a tremendous increase of regulation, especially in the last mandate. I remember when I started in insurance, Insurance Europe was dealing with 12 files that we looked at and thoroughly analyzed with a very proper impact assessment. That was around 16, 17 years ago. 10 years later, we were dealing with around 21 files. Now, today, we are dealing with 63 files. That is just, you know, the number of files, 21 to 63 in the last 5 years. Obviously, that is a huge challenge. Per se, this means these are the number of files that have triplicated, that need to be looked at, they need to be analyzed, and individual companies, small as well as big ones, have to deal with this challenge. Now, insurance when we look at its role in the financial sector, of course, we are the biggest institutional investor. So our prudential framework is key, and we have heard in the first panel that the prudential framework is always looking for this balance between policyholder protection, but still providing the incentives. But what we have seen in the discussion is that now topics like sustainability enter a prudential discussion. While we have obviously a lot of discussions around sustainability reporting, but we see a lot of replication, duplication, overlap that is not it's not fit for purpose when it comes to the prudential rules, and it is not making the life of the insurance sector easier. What we were hoping with Solvency II was to get a framework that helps us to become more long-term. Currently, it gives incentives for short-termism. We wanted always, as a sector, to maintain our role as a stable long-term investor, and there's hope that we are getting there. Currently, we have no proportionality to speak of in Solvency II. It's there in name, but in name only. So we need to address this. And the last point is the balance between policyholder protection and really the capital release, because we are speaking about an industry that is well capitalized, probably some would argue too well capitalized. So we have now a proposal on the table that was hugely improved already by the Commission, but then further improved by Council and Parliament, and let's hope it works in this mandate still. I want to really also speak about retail investment and the retail investment strategy, because our industry, the insurance industry, is the gateway for retail investors to the capital market. Based on IOPA figures, we know that 70% of all retail investors and retail investment products are insurance-based investment products. So often, of course, we work with our colleagues in asset management, but we are basically the hub where consumers come to when they want to invest in the capital markets. Now, we have a retail investment strategy on the table that we are not very happy about, we are disappointed about, because we have a short list of interesting and good proposals, like everything needs to be more digitalized. We also are happy about the idea of, including finfluencers. But we have a very long list of things that we think will not work at all. And that is a challenge. For example, on disclosures, we are getting a longer list of disclosures. We currently have already 339 information elements that we need to share with a retail investor at the point of sale. 339. Wow. And it will go up. So disclosures, we are not happy. Then we are moving to the area of advice. Advice. When you look at insurance, we need to do a suitability test. We need to do an appropriateness test. That is what everybody needs to do. But in insurance, in addition, we need to do a demands and needs test. In the future, we also need to do a sustainability assessment. So that, again, adds, currently the advice takes 2 hours, approximately 1.5, 2 hours. In the future, it will be longer. So when we talk about advice, we are talking about a process where the industry does not necessarily have to explain its products. When we talk about advice, we talk about a process where we need to basically run through a regulatory process that is very detailed, very prescriptive, and very granular. And to do this, long series of addressing all these different elements without advice, for us, we cannot imagine that this would be possible. However, we have now a situation where the Commission proposes that in 4 areas where, we had, for example, an intermediary explaining things, in 4 areas, We have now, for sales areas, we have now in 3 a ban on inducement, and in the 4th, non-independent advice. We have proposals for value for money combined with benchmarks that will make it incredibly challenging for the industry to develop and deliver really this advice in the best interest of customers. My last word on benchmarks, I completely see the reason why supervisors are using benchmarks. And it is their business, and as an insurance industry representative, I would never, like to judge on how they go about it and what they do for their own purposes. It is, however, a completely different thing if you are now asking the entire insurance industry to run benchmark exercises where every single company that offers an insurance-based investment product needs to put their product in clusters and indicators, and needs to develop these benchmarks that could be as many as up to thousands, because you have all these different combinations that are possible, and that doesn't make any sense. We understand that EIOPA, in this case, has just in September issued very good standards for value for money. They have already 30 cost benchmarks out of PRIPS. They have 30 retail benchmarks out of Solvency II. And why don't we try and see whether the important task of identifying outliers, because that is the purpose of that all, can be achieved through this without asking an entire industry to go through an incredibly bureaucratic process that could only end up in a complete nightmare.
Not easy wishes and not easy perspectives. Torniamo all'italiano, torniamo a Sandro Pierri. La Commissione europea sta sicuramente lavorando sul tema di come deve evolvere
Sandro Pierri
il quadro
how the regulatory framework should evolve.
Quali sono dalla
from your standpoint, what are the hopes as to where we should go, what is the path to be followed, and at the present time, what are the more complex points that need to be solved? I think, as said earlier, there is a need to pause and reflect. During the last 5 years, there are regulations that have come out one after the other. Often they were in contradiction with one another and implemented differently in the various European countries. So for organizations like the one I represent that seek to promote cross-border activities having to do with the different interpretations of the same directive in different countries is objectively complicated. Another important element, and I mentioned this earlier with regard to transition and sustainability, there is a basic and underlying difficulty, a relatively new aspect for us players and a new aspect for regulators. But I think that some progress, significant progress has been made. There's consultation on the revision of SFDR that I hope is going in the right direction. In my opinion, it is important that it should not only be an element for disclosure, but it should give a frame of reference for those who operate in the sustainability field and those who are to purchase insurance products or asset management products, and understand what is the content of sustainability content in each product. So there is not only disclosure issues, but contents-related issues as well. And then there's a background problem, which has to do with regard to sustainability, that is the definition of standards that allow comparability. I'll make 2 examples. Or benchmarking. Every asset management company defines what its definition of sustainable development is. and it takes on an important responsibility, which is documented and supported by evidence, but each has its own definition. For instance, in the definition of classification, Article 8 and Article 9, if a company has sustainable elements and it passes the test, the whole company is considered to be sustainable. From the talks I have with insurance people, the insurance world has a different approach. For it, only the assets that are sustainable in that activity of the company is considered to be sustainable. So we have an insurance product that uses asset management products that have a standard of definition which is different. And so it's difficult to understand what the actual component is. And then there's an underlying theme that is, with the insurance approach, it's impossible to have Article 9 products because since they are tied to taxonomy, the percentage that can be invested is very limited. So this is just an example. But also, bank distributors or non-banking distributors have the same problem, where they have to homogenize different data depending on whether the product is an insurance product or asset management product, with the differences that there are. So there is a need to harmonize, even though we must leave individual freedom and responsibility and so on, but we need unified laws that allow for reporting to be more uniform. And as Professor said a while ago, looking at the whole value chain, going from production to the insurance world and the distribution world. At this point, I would like to go back for a conclusion, go back to Giovanni Sabatini, Director General of ABI. And I'm going to ask a more difficult question here. Often there are many ambitions of the European Union. They are very, let's say, lofty, but then they smash into reality. And this is what happened with the Capital Markets Union, that then in implementation ran into a number of difficulties. So what are the lessons that we can learn from this, and how does this have an impact on the insurance market and on the discussions we've had here today? Well, thank you for this question. I'm going to start from afar, but I'll be concise. I would like to go back to the point that was raised regarding the rules and better regulation, because that is where problems arise. The starting point, and into the year 2000, I remember when the principles of the better regulation were developed. Well, in 2000, the European Commission assigned a task to the Committee of Wise Men, led by Anfalusi, to verify the adequacy of the regulatory framework, the institutional framework of the financial sector. This exercise was repeated in 2008 with the report by the Rosier report. And I find it surprising that today, not after 5 years, but after 15 years of a regulatory tsunami and faced with structural changes, therefore changes of 4 fundamental paradigms, I find it strange that we don't look at the issue of checking again objectively the institutional structure, the regulatory structure, to see whether it is adequate and consistent with the objectives of the European Commission in terms of growth, competitiveness, guaranteeing a level playing field. And I'm thinking of the issue that we have today with respect to the non-banking financial institutions, where once again there is poor regulations and the risk of a displacement of activities from a hyper-regulated world to an unregulated world, therefore with ensuing risks for stability. So I think that right now it is of fundamental importance, and here I take the expression from our supervisors, to make a holistic assessment of the framework of rules and laws on the financial sector. And this does not mean having less rules and having deregulation, but more adequate rules, rules that are appropriate and coordinated, and above all, consistent with the changes that are occurring. Capital Markets Union, for instance, is a perfect theme on which to review the regulatory approach. The retail investment strategy was mentioned, and a regulatory proposal that is not based on an adequate analysis of the true failure of the market, that is not based on adequate impact analyses, and that makes proposals that are quite frankly inconsistent with the objective of developing the capital market, thus reducing the possibility for retail investors to receive free of charge the minimum amount of advice that they're not willing to pay, and that it would not be consistent to make them pay with regard to what they can invest in terms of cost, and that puts administrative charges that are vague and confused and therefore make it complicated for there to be consistency. We heard about benchmarking, value for money, that are all focused only on cost, on the cost dimension, without considering other aspects. So finally, this puts at risk the competitiveness of the financial industry, the European financial industry, with respect to other operators that come from other jurisdictions. Capital Markets Union, this was an ambitious project, and it is a fundamental element both in the strategy for the digital transition and the strategy for the green transition. I'm not mentioning any figures which differ considerably, but for the transition towards a more sustainable economy, we're talking about amounts that are more than 3 trillion euros. And these cannot come only from public funds or from credit provided by the banking sector. We also need the contribution through the capital market to receive funds from private investors. Unfortunately, in spite of the ambitions of the first project, we still have not seen that details have not been solved. The withholding tax, for instance, it continues to be a nightmare for regulating transborder operations or transactions. We must think that at least in the Eurozone, there should really be a single jurisdiction within which the concept of transborder disappears. There should be such a level of homogeneity and uniformity, not only of prudential laws, supervision laws, but also all the other rules, bankruptcy law, corporate law, that make the market truly an integrated market. I think that this is the true challenge for the next Commission, and I think that the interaction, the most frequent interaction with the association of companies, of businesses, should lead to a more pragmatic approach that is more in line with the reality we are experiencing, and with an ability to adapt and adjust to the changes that occur that are very fast. Thank you. I would like to thank all the members of the panel who have taken part in this second round table. And we can end. We were taking away a number of thoughts with regard to the challenges of the insurance sector. And with this, I think we can break for lunch. Thank you to each and every one of you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your encouraging applause, which is always nice. At the start of my presentation, I'm really very happy to participate as a head of the Federation of Banks of Insurers, participate in this important event organized by ANIA, with which I have even a personal relationship, because I was for a long time its chairman, and I really thank our president now for having invited me. We've been hearing about global challenges. Now, to my mind, global challenges must be met through global responses, because a fragmented response won't be effective. And we are faced with challenges that are extremely complex and pervasive today, and they are of a systemic nature. They are challenges that highlight the need, if we are to meet them, to the need to find shared, collective, coordinated responses that will involve all the parties affected. I will talk repeatedly about the need for all parties to be involved. If we are to seek practical solutions, then we need teamwork. Indeed, we cannot think that we can meet climate change challenges, healthcare challenges with occasional and fragmented, non-structured responses. And we find an example of this in an adversity that we didn't expect, and that was the pandemic. In Europe, it was faced in a spirit of collective responsibility, and we were able to overcome this problem. We're faced with increasing problems, and all the speakers this morning confirmed this, that there's no diversity in the diagnosis provided. So we need to ask ourselves whether, in the face of global challenges, we should continue with exposed actions, or whether maybe we have finally understood that it is necessary to adopt a proactive attitude based on structural solutions that might entail, on one hand, risk mitigation, and on the other, effective management of their consequences. That the situation is concerning is confirmed by a high level of risk unprotected by any kind of coverage. In connection with climate change, and in welfare, we have all these challenges, and this is a fact. The matter is extremely topical. There is a wide gap, and we need to always remember this. A wide gap leaves households, businesses, and institutions exposed to risks that can undermine their economic stability. So we have an overall vulnerability that could damage our economic structure. And this is being talked about a lot, but nothing practical is being done, at least so far. And therefore, the gap continues to grow and becomes more difficult to reduce. It's almost impossible if we continue as we have done so far. If we continue to talk without doing anything, it will be very difficult to fill this gap, even over a number of years, through actions that have yet to be started. And there are increasing risks of natural disasters. According to a recent report, that the protection gap linked to the risk of death repercussions on health, on agriculture, has seen growth in recent years, and in 2022, it was estimated at $1,800 billion. The protection gap is estimated to be equal to 76% compared to overall coverage estimated in $480 billion. Current climate change can only cause the situation to grow worse. And in Italy, we are faced with a very serious situation. According to a report, in 2022, the estimated damage from natural disasters was 7.8 billion. And also what was analyzed was the country's ability to react to the consequences of a natural disaster. And Italy took 29th place on 39 countries. Now, this data is not surprising, really, because Italians have a very limited appetite for insurance. Only 5% of micro businesses actually represent most of the Italian productive sector, but only 5% seek insurance coverage for this kind of risk. So there is a complex and serious situation, and there can be no further delays, as confirmed also by the recent floods in the Emilia-Romagna region. Then there is a risk of the demographic evolution. Aging population, low birth rates, singles that are determining a new structure for society, and their needs are very different from what they used to be in the past. And the current welfare system is being tested. Just a few data can give us an idea of the demographics. In less than 10 years, our country has seen a drop of over 1.5 million residents. In 1964, the birth rate was over 1 million. There was over 1 million newborns, and now it's down to 329,000 in 2022. So we can understand the speed and extent of this reduction. We have 14 million over 65s in this country. They'll become 20 million in 2045. People who are not self-sufficient are now 4 million, and the figure is expected to go up to 5.4, and clearly the expenditure already can be estimated at 34 billion euros, and we can foresee that 23 billion will have to be out of pocket. These figures clearly indicate a situation that is less and less sustainable unless there is a change of attitude. So the situation is very complex, and there is increasingly talk of the need and appropriateness of developing a silver economy. What does this mean? It means new needs, but also prospects in terms of responding to the needs of over 65s. So we need to look not so much at providing care, but we need to look at active aging. So not a problem, but rather resource with specific needs also as consumers, and with the digital potential also needs to be considered, and these people can be active. There are robotics, the smart homes, telemedicine that provide opportunities to improve the quality of life for active aging. over 65s, who represent 1/4 of the Italian population, will continue to be active. And it is necessary, therefore, to develop new policies and also new market opportunities. And to tell the truth, internationally, but also in some regions of Italy, people are starting to move in this direction.
So we need to go from an emergency approach to structured solutions. We need an alliance of systems amongst the various systems. I've used the term alliance instead of cooperation, which is what we've been used to for years, because in my view, it is insufficient. Alliance indicates the will to do something but the necessity of doing this in the long term. So a stability to solve problems like those that I have mentioned. So that is absolutely indispensable for there to be a long-term commitment. So for many years, we've tried to offset the lack of financial resources by increasing the debt, which has virtually become unsustainable, at least with regard to the financial constraints that are very burdensome because the interest rates are constantly rising. 100 billion is the interest that we have to pay in the coming years. So that is only to pay interest on the debt that we have built up. So in such a complex situation, we need to move away from an approach based on emergency action and therefore take dedicated action that requires all the parties to come together, both public and private partners, in a medium to long-term view or vision. I would like to point out that I am convinced that public and private partners have converging interests. The public system has an interest in maintaining sociality and other aspects and sustainable development and so on. This is conditioned by the existence of a socioeconomic well-being that must be as widespread as possible. Which leads to an increase in the demand for goods and services. Even though it is quite clear that there is a need for an adequate public system of social and economic protection, we cannot ignore the importance of a complementary contribution by the private system, and this requires investments in sectors of social and environmental interest that politics must make attractive and sustainable. This is a fundamental role that is typical of the financial system, a role of institutional investors, insurance companies at the top of the list for their industrial role in risk protection from risk and all other aspects. In this scenario, which is strongly evolving, there are also developments produced by technological innovation. The innovation has risen exponentially in recent times, and with a major impact on the economic system with regard to the way in which companies operate and in which everyday life occurs. I would like to point out that technological innovation and artificial intelligence in particular that was mentioned this morning, and it will certainly be dealt with in the roundtable that will follow in a while. Well, there are major changes which carry risks with them and opportunities, however. Just a few mention of the opportunities. With regard to the management of risk, I'm sure that technology can offer an important contribution in terms of knowledge, prevention, and mitigation. In this sense, it can contribute to raising awareness of the risk and therefore reduce the gap that still exists. So this is a major opportunity also for those like the insurance companies whose business is about risk. So technology must produce improvements in our services to the benefit of the customers and of the community. Services, I emphasize services because in a situation such as that I've described, protection is not enough, but also the organization of services, adequate services that are up to the new situation. This too is important. However, we need to be realistic. And I would like to refer to this realism without prejudice to what others may say. We need to face things as they truly stand. Realism. Therefore, these will be appreciated if they are part of an innovative process which takes on common or joint responsibility. This would be a realistic approach to these systems. Now, faced with these deep changes that question social and economic balances that were reached with great difficulty in the past, there is a political and moral duty to intervene in depth and without the fear of owning up to the fact that the public system alone cannot make it, and it cannot make it. The criticalities that are arising in the health sector, social security, protection from natural catastrophes caused by the changes in the climate and in the social system make it incompatible virtually with our reality. So we have to think and operate with a medium to long-term vision, with an innovative approach, outgrowing the schemes of the past and therefore capturing the opportunities that are offered by technological developments that very often make solutions that were unthinkable in the past, that makes them feasible. So the situation has changed so much so that the first innovation is that of emerging from the idea of providing remedies and of adopting solutions that are not effective. We need to plan together a renewed architecture, socioeconomic architecture, which responds to the virtual needs, to the real needs of our communities. We need investments, heavy, major investments. And this can be done because it can be done by tapping the savings of the people. So we need to use all the levers possible in order for the investments to be made. So private investments can be done, can be provided in the interest of the savers and matching those with the interests of the community. And the representatives of the banking system and so on, they have been suggesting for some time now that we need to cooperate with the public sector in this field. Public interest, as pointed out, can converge and coincide with that of the private industry, which looks more and more to optimizing the sustainable optimization in time of profitability and not only maximizing profits. Public and private, therefore, are called upon to meet the needs of the people who ask for appropriate services in all sectors. The first objective innovation of this realistic approach induces us to set up a systemic alliance between public and private entities, and therefore making insurance policies compulsory against natural catastrophes. And this would protect health and also the health sector. So if this is achieved, then innovation, technological innovation, will be able to carry out its effects to the benefit of the people. So now the people will take up this issue and further it. And we heard about these aspects this morning, pointed out by President Farina this morning. Good afternoon to you all. So thank you, President Farina, for having invited me. It's a pleasure for me. And I also thank the previous speaker, President Cerchiai, with his presentation, because he gives me the opportunity to add to his comments. I would say that today, technology is increasingly dealing with the main emergencies, those that we have mentioned so far, and that were listed a while ago, with regard in particular to fields. The climate emergencies, which then have a variety of consequences because there's a water, energy, geological disruption, the fragility of the infrastructure, with all the consequences that these things carry with them, besides the health implications, because the climate worsening with higher temperatures leads to health-related impacts that are not neglectable. And then there's the issue of the demographic issue, the fact that the population is aging more and more, with people over 65 being the majority of the population. Here, this brings up the issue of the health span, and so how many years of from birth, what the life expectancy is for living a life in good health. This is important for those who work in insurance, in the insurance field. A positive, I have two items to speak about, a negative and a positive one. Well, the trend doesn't seem to be a good one, a promising trend with the increase in the temperature of 1.5 degrees on average. When we say 1.5, we're speaking about the fact that in some parts of the world, the temperature will go up 10%, and in others, it will go down 1. And so the average is 1.5, and it's not at all a good thing. This is one thing. The other is that when we talk about these things, and this is the bad news, because of the negative trend, well, there's also a positive thing, and that is that technology, or a set of technologies, are in a position to intervene in these emergencies and start providing very solid responses. So when we speak about emergencies, there's a problem with regard to the protection gap, of insufficient sensitivity for prevention, and there isn't an awareness of the risk, as if people ignored the risks involved. I would like to give you some specific examples of how technology is dealing with these issues. For many years, we've heard about digitization as a first layer, and when I speak about digitalization, I'm speaking of the first level, which enables all of the technologies that we hear of every day. The second layer is called AI, that is artificial intelligence. These are the basic ingredients to enable all the technologies that are converging more and more towards an ecosystem of technologies which, by accelerating, can give specific responses. I'll give you an example. An example that concerns the water deficit. We know that Italy, amongst the many emergencies it has, there is the loss of water from the aqueducts, from the water mains. 50% of the water is lost. There are water leakages, so almost half of the water leaks out of the system. And so there is an inefficient system which also has an impact on our bills, our water bills. Now, the technology can intervene here. That is, I can consider a water network, and I can match it with a fiber optic network. I can introduce on this sensors or detectors. You've probably heard of the Internet of Things, therefore sensors that you have at home, for instance, in a smart home. Well, these detectors or sensors, they capture information throughout the length of the water system, all of the information that is gathered, captured, that is N parameters from water leakage to the flow of water. And the experts obviously are better than I am in mentioning these parameters, and then also temperature. They can be transferred to a platform, a digital platform, of course, which is fueled by artificial intelligence. This means that the data are processed and trained. They are trained so that an algorithm can understand which are the main correlations that these parameters can give me in predictive terms for predictions. So the better the training of the information that is collected, the better the ability of anticipating problems at a given point in the network, in the water network. Now, transfer this to many other fields, such as the land frailty or severe storms and so on. Meteorological services need to make simulations or millions of simulations in a matter of a few seconds. And this by capturing information from different sources. Now, if I can do this, I can be fairly sure in making a very close predictions of the weather in the various towns of Italy, and also the intensity in a given municipality, and also the impact that there may be on the infrastructure, on the houses, and on other elements. Another example concerns the energy crisis. So what does AI do? There are different stages that AI has followed in the last few years. Well, artificial intelligence has been around since 1950, but there wasn't the cloud, there wasn't the computational power that we have today. There weren't any detectors or sensors, so the data could not be captured by a telephone. So now it's as if there was an engine that could not work because the surrounding environment would not allow it. But then, starting from the 80s, the idea came about of automation. The very first stage is giving an algorithm specific data so that it can do a given action. So machine learning means that I can train a software so that the software, when it is confronted with a certain amount of sophisticated data, it can start retrieving insights, the hidden information. And deep learning is the first step of what we know as artificial intelligence today, because it is a platform or software that works like the human brain with neural networks. So I capture information from different sources, and through the information and learning, I can make decisions autonomously so as to carry out tasks like those carried out by a human being, but doing this so in a more efficient manner. AI can beat us when we play any game, and when we can interpret a person's handwriting compared to a human being. It can understand a text much better than we can understand that text, and the computing vision looks into this room and sees things that we can't see. So it could be very precise with regard to the items that can be identified in this room. So just imagine what AI is doing.
We talk about generative AI today, but that's just one branch of artificial intelligence. It is what right now is most widely commented on, also in the social media, simply because it's another type of artificial intelligence that can produce content through statistics. And I always give this example. If I analyze billions of words, because I'm analyzing documents, through my analysis, I can understand that the word dog is often comes after the word home. This is a type of reasoning a generative AI can do. And in doing this, it can give an answer that, from a statistical standpoint, is the one that is closest to the right answer at the time the request is made. Now, artificial intelligence can also interpret what I'm saying even better than a human being. If I give an instruction through natural language processing, clearly machines can understand my language, my speech, and therefore can perform any task. We're not talking about replacing human being. We're talking about having something to work at the side of the human being. It's an idea of the co-pilot. Just to give you an idea, a very large technological company, one of the global tech companies that exist in the world, recently showed me, and you'll understand from my example, that if I tell the machine through a microphone, as if it were Alexa, if I say, can you please draw a chart with these characteristics, these features, the machine will do it without you having to know anything about, for example, PowerPoint. In the world of technology, software development is done directly by the machines. It's not humans who should do it, but we're still working with the idea of a co-pilot. So again, we're not talking about replacement. We're working with machines. We're not talking about general artificial intelligence, and there are people who say that around 2030, 2035, I don't think this will happen, maybe later on, but machines will be able to replicate our cognitive ability. But this is something that doesn't concern us right now. If we try to imagine this technology and what it can do, what I was hearing earlier, of course, there can be billions of applications. And I was listening earlier, and I thought, if I were in a position in terms of welfare, for example, healthcare, if I were in a position where I could develop a program for personalized prevention for a specific person, I would be able to offer insurance cover dedicated to me. And when I do an annual checkup, I do just what I need, not according to a statistical demographic study, but because AI can understand exactly what I need to do and what I don't need to do. Unnecessary tests would be a waste for the national healthcare system, and citizens would have to spend more, and probably insurances would not be working at their best. Now, if we apply this and we go from the citizen to potential disasters associated with climate change, exactly the same thing will happen. I or a public body can take out insurance for a specific place of residence, and in connection or based on the data I have, I know that the data can indicate the intensity of an event on a specific place rather than another. And so I could give more accurate insurance cover. So there are so many fields of application, an endless number. And we're in a situation where today we can, digital IA, and I'm talking about another technology called digital twin. Digital twin, this is a technology enabled by AI. I can create digital twins of anything, of a process, of a production plant, of a municipality, a town. I can even do the digital twin of a human being, so that I can test in advance what I saw earlier, what emerges from an algorithm, or I can calculate the impact of something. If I test possible impacts beforehand, when I go into real life, maybe I can take a more effective action. I can react surgically. If you imagine these technologies that work together, we're talking now of an ecosystem of technologies that can lead to the identification of cases, and that this is already available. It's not science fiction. These are things that can already be used today. And the figures are huge. We have AI that in Italy is worth 500 million. If we look at what can happen in 3 years' time, 2027, it is felt that the whole sector could be worth $450 billion. Might even be more, but in any case, we're talking about this kind of dimension. We have data produced today that the data, the quantities are expressed in zettabytes, and this will treble over the next 3 years. These data are more and more images, photographs, videos, all the data that is used to train these AI platforms so that reasoning are able to understand all the information we need to forecast what will happen in the near future as a sort of surgical, tailored forecast. But this can apply to environmental disasters, but also everyday medicine. You talked about telemedicine. Telemedicine is another very significant development that means that we can reduce all the whole range of intermediaries that entail costs, and maybe we can have chronic patients that will not have to repeatedly go into hospital or meet with specialists who could devote their time to more complicated situations. I heard earlier the word alliance, and I really liked the word. So somebody spoke not of cooperation, but alliance. Cooperation is more or less when you let others also say, maybe we should do something together. An alliance is we are going to do something together. And in view of the negative trends, it's useful to have some positive elements, and the alliance should involve the public sector, the private sector. Today, we have a chance to implement solutions, and the technological ecosystem will become increasingly capable of providing immediate answers to what we see today as a tragedy without a solution. So I could spend hours talking about technology. I don't want to overburden you, but my aim was simply to give you a snapshot, or maybe a stimulating snapshot that can lead you to consider whether in your businesses you're really committed to using these technology, if you could really use the technology to reduce the protection gap. Thank you. Flavia Rotondi will be moderating a panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you all. We'll be talking about two crucial issues, climate change and welfare, the role of insurance companies in helping manage these changes. So on the one hand, we need to mitigate these extreme events, but we try to strengthen an increasingly complex integrated system. So the role of insurance companies, that is truly essential. And we'll be discussing this. Everything that has been said, the role of new technologies will be at the heart of our conversation. So I'd like to ask Luca Filippone, Director General of Società Reale Mutua di Assicurazione, Giacomo Gicantiano, Managing Director of AXA Insurance, Massimo Monacelli, General Manager for Generali, and Andrea Novelli, CEO and Managing Director of Poste Vita. So we were saying these are very important topics. We're seeing how insurance companies can manage the risks and the developing situation, and then we'll be talking about welfare. So we'll have an initial introduction on climate change and new technologies by Massimo Cerofolini, journalist for the National Television Company. Massimo. I'd like to start from you. You've been to Singapore, you've traveled the world, and there they have developed a very special model in terms of managing climate-associated risks. So what might be the implementation in Italy? Good afternoon. Singapore is very interesting. It's like a laboratory and can provide a lot of indications to all those who are wondering how to deal with all these changes with the climate, the floods, the rising temperatures. Singapore is an island smaller than Rome, with twice as many inhabitants. It's almost on the equator. And its size has increased by 1/5 in recent years. So they are very focused on managing there too. This is a fairly frequent. They've often experienced floods and health problems associated with very high temperatures. Now, how have they tackled the matter? Now, if we talked about digital, the idea is to have administrators be supported by a system that helps administrators in terms of measuring events, developing strategies, and also developing proposals. Now, if we want to understand how this works, we need to consider the decision-making phase and then the phase that involves the citizens. At decision-making level, there is a presentation of Singapore that is done through sort of mega screens that make it possible to monitor the whole city in terms of skyscrapers, infrastructures, the underground, the situation in connection with the seawater. But they have a twofold purpose because these screens are linked to sensors in the city, so in traffic lights and things, but also in people's mobile phones. And its twofold purpose is the system is to provide automated answers. So let's say there's a flood, automatically some roads are closed and others are opened. There's a problem of overcrowding of the underground. Well, carriages are added onto the trains. The lights are green and will go red only when the camera sees pedestrians approach. And AI in the camera can also see if a person is elderly, is disabled, and therefore the red light will last longer. And all this is done in real time. But it also has a function in terms of prevention. There are a lot of study centers. In particular, I went to a center called Create, which is full of Italian researchers. And they imagine scenarios for unexpected events or events predicted by AI and therefore simulated in these, as represented on these mega screens. I'll give an example. They need to decide about a skyscraper. And skyscrapers there have, according to the plan, they have vegetation along their sides, or they decide whether to have a solar panel on top of them. This is to reduce CO2. All this is calculated. The decisions are made through the co-pilot AI.
And Maximo Baba was saying that in Italy, 45% of the water is lost. I talked to Beatrice Casottana, who told me that the sensors applied throughout the water network, since Singapore doesn't have natural water, it imports water from Malaysia or desalinizes. They've reduced losses from 2% to 0. So this is the difference. This as far as the administration is concerned. The fallout for the citizens is a SIM-pass, it's like an identity card, let's say, an electronic identity card. And to this is linked 2,000 public and private companies that interact through this app, and they integrate the system, so you don't need to have 1,000 accounts and so on. And then there are another 2 apps that are interesting for the public. One is One Service, which allows all citizens, as you saw in the image, to take a photograph of a disservice, a problem, and to immediately receive feedback from the administration. If the feedback continues, then it means that the algorithm believes that there's a problem there, and so new infrastructure is planned. With regard to prevention, if this is direct experience, if you're in the underground and you have a sensor in the telephone and you see, for instance, it perceives that an elderly person has fallen because the sensor perceives the fall, at the next stop, there are relief workers without launching an alarm. And then there's the NZ card, where all the management of roads and you pay underground tickets, insurance, the automobile taxes, and you also pay the tariffs, the rates for traveling in the towns, which increase or decrease depending on the intensity of the traffic. The rate, the tariff is dynamic, and it is run by the algorithms. Well, this is very fascinating. Thank you, Massimo. And it's like science fiction, but it's not. It's already a reality. There is an application of it, and this could be imported also for us. Now, let's look in practice what the insurances do. And with regard to Reale Mutua, what are you working on? How are you managing these climate changes? Well, good evening to you all. I wanted to go back to 2 facts. And if you ask for a royalty, I will be mentioned, like Cerchiai, I will mention some data. Well, we're faced with a structural problem. This was the worst 6 months in the year in the world in terms of natural disasters. $120 billion of damage, only 50 were insured, and so this shows that there's a big gap. So we are truly faced with a trend, plus 46% this semester of damages due to natural events, which is the worst value in the last 10 years. But there are people that say, no, it's the economic cycle, it's not a structural issue. So if we want to be honest, these are facts. And we must take them into account. In Emilia-Romagna was the worst climate-related disaster since 1970. 10 billion euros worth in damages, and only 600 million had been covered by insurance. So many people are at a loss. Now, we said, let's put things in order in-house before we start telling other people what to do. So we said, what is it that we do? What are we doing to improve things? So since 2018, we compensate CO2 100%. We are certified environmentally, thanks to which we have learned to see where to take other initiatives. And we have succeeded in reducing by 43.5% our emissions. Now, our unit of measure is flight 210 flights, the equivalent to 210 flights from here to Santiago. Now, if we go into the technological aspects, we have set up a climate database. We've started collecting historic data. Perhaps they're not worth all that much given the climate changes underway. We have started bringing in external data and using artificial intelligence to create prevention models. They're called second perils. They're becoming primary perils. So there aren't historic maps for this, and there isn't any forecast. So we use artificial intelligence to start mapping in a more concrete manner things. And we're making available tools, digital tools for our insurance people so that they can do underwriting through real risk platforms, so as to understand the risks and how to manage those risks. Well, that's the first important aspect, and I thank you, Dr. Filippone, because it allows me to ask a question to Mr. Gigantiello, Chief Executive Officer of AXA Insurance SPA. So, artificial intelligence, what is a possible development, possible use, relevant use of artificial intelligence, and what are you doing in this sense? Well, I would say that there are two aspects from a technological standpoint that have a major impact on climate change. Massimo pointed them out in an exhaustive manner, but in a simplified manner. And thank you for having done this. So we're doing quite a lot, but I would identify innovation as a means that is a propelling means. And innovation affects us all, not only artificial intelligence, that should attract our attention, because artificial intelligence can help us understand the evolution of emissions and therefore monitor them and manage them at best. But there are also advanced sensors, as was said with regard to Singapore, that can help to reduce through vertical farming. We can reduce the use of water, and also car sharing to reduce emissions. So technology, the technology that decreases production costs, like wind energy, solar energy, and so on. So what is the role of insurers in all this? Well, there are two levels. The first is innovation in supply in terms of protection gap. And we have seen that we are not covered here. And I would like to say something about the protection gap for the elderly, women, young people, and small companies. It's an area where we have to work very carefully. So we need to understand with artificial intelligence, what are the more virtuous behaviors from the standpoint of products, trying to develop as much as possible parametrics, which are a niche, but they will become mainstream in the future. And the third, including in the risk of assessment and the ESG parameters that are becoming more and more complex so that we can use them on pricing and on products. So this is the first aspect, innovation of the products that are offered, and then prevention and management of risks. In that case as well, the phenomenon we have seen in Emilia-Romagna must make us pragmatic. And I would like to point out what happened in that time period. So AXA has developed some tools that are called Prometheus that offer a vision or have the vision of predicting the severity of atmospheric events and alert customers and clients, as in the and also the salvaging or the relief companies and the everyone that can be ready to respond to the event. So this gives a 24-hour coverage with psychological support and paying damages in a matter of a few weeks or even a few days. We paid 94 cases automatically, and this is a major innovation for the end user. So it's a set of solutions. Well, interesting, and in terms of prevention, Massimo Monacelli, General Manager of Generali Italia. You have a climate team, a team of experts that intervene on site. Prevention is important for you. So what are you doing in particular? Well, thank you, and good afternoon to you all. I think that it is important to go back to the context with respect to the evolution of climate change that we're talking about today. Going back also to some facts mentioned by Luca Filippone, and think about what happened in 2023, because from my standpoint, 2023 is a watershed. There's before 2023 and after. There were two basic events. The first was the floods in Emilia-Romagna, 110 billion damage, less than 1 billion covered by an insurance policy. So this means that 9/10 of this huge damage will have to be paid for by the institutions and therefore by households and the companies that were affected. And another fact is not new, and it's not new because every year 7 billion to be paid for natural disasters, but the climate disasters now is something we need to work on. Then there was another fact that was considerable, and that is the July atmospheric events. We call them atmospheric events. We haven't consolidated the damage yet, but about half as much of the damage caused in Emilia-Romagna, but they have an impact on insurance companies very harshly because the insurance portfolios envisage the payment of damages according to a pricing and so on that were introduced when atmospheric events were a rather rare and isolated event. Now, things have changed, and so this causes an overloading of claims, an increase in the claims that is difficult to uphold. Now, if we do not link all the dots of this situation and realize that we're confronted with climate changes that are not covered by insurance companies, and therefore they generate huge brittleness and fragility in the country. But on the other hand, there are events that have become natural catastrophes, even though we don't call them so, and that run the risk of putting insurance companies in the position of not being able to operate. The reinsurance companies will push up the premiums, so there will be problems with regard to the capital in the market, and the reinsurance costs will be too high for many, but if many players were to withdraw from providing coverage, those who remain would be in an untenable situation. So it's important to link all the dots of the map with regard to what has been said and how essential it is for there to be a public-private partnership or an alliance, as Mr. Cherkai said, that we should adopt right now. Well, I think that perhaps the word that's missing is emergency, so the urgency. If we sit at the table with the institutions, the scenario has already changed. It's not it's not the situation that we started out with. And I would like to close by saying, what are we doing with regard to damages? Well, this is an important aspect because we have seen that draft laws have been promoted with regard to natural disasters and for intervening as soon as possible. This is a stimulus for us, and that's okay, but this is what Generali has been doing for some time now. We have a protocol, for instance, civil protection at large. When there is a natural disaster, we have an operational machine that collects internal forces, external forces. It moves people and companies that intervene, relief groups, and as we can uphold the agencies that are not capable of operating, and we can pay damages out in the squares in Italy. So the idea that insurance companies will not do enough is something that has been proven to be untruthful. So there is an emergency situation, or emergency level, that is a first-timer. Well, this leads me to ask Andrea Novelli, CEO and General Director of Poste Vita. Well, this and also the report of the insurance companies vis-a-vis your customer base. What can you do to make them more aware of being protected from climate events? So how can you strengthen this aspect? Evening to you all. Well, we are trying to do this by exploiting all the opportunities we have when we come into contact with customers and Italians in general. We have 20 million contacts every day with citizens. And most of these interactions occur on digital media. We developed these forms after the pandemic, so every week we held events on our digital platform so that anyone who were to contact us, we would explain how important certain issues are with regard to financial activities and insurance coverage. Of these millions of people, many people come to the post office every day. That's a physical place, which is it's the only place where people actually go in person more than any other body. And they come to invest their savings, or they ask for a loan, so they sit down to receive information. And we have tried, it's just a few years now that we've been doing this in all the post offices with anyone who wishes to do so. We do a sort of checkup of the situation, the insurance status. We interview people as to how they take care of their risks without the initial urge to sell a product. What is interesting, and perhaps what emerges more and more, is that more than 90% of the people tell us that they don't have any type of insurance coverage at all other than the compulsory insurance for cars, for vehicles, and for houses when a mortgage is taken out. So these people use their savings as self-insurance. Now, I think that explaining to all of these people how important it is to take out an insurance policy, and how important it is for them to do so, well, we think that this is a very important mission. And we are very active in the sense, as we heard from our customers, the frequency of these disasters and unexpected events are on the increase, on the rise. And so we are interested in doing this, providing this information, and because people don't have any other place to go to be informed about the importance of insurance policies. So the institutions have to be informed of how important it is. So what type of help could come from your work? We'll go back to what was said earlier. We're going to do everything we can to use the technology, the AI, and so on. But in the end, one of the most important elements is the mutualization of risks. So if we can't create a base which is sufficient for mutuality of insurance against natural catastrophes, well, we absolutely have to do this.
We've had the representative of UNESCO, so let's consider Spain or France. We have a lot of choice, actually. Let's look at the consortium in Spain. In Spain, there has been incredible flooding, people who died in Toledo and Catalonia. It's as if there were a third shock absorber on the car. This makes it possible to manage the event much better. So what we need is an alliance, we'd use this word, between the public and the private sector. Immediately, we're in an emergency situation. If we don't take action, in a few years' time, we won't be able to offer this kind of cover anymore, and it will be a competitive disadvantage. Because today, businesses and households, as Massimo was saying, unable to have, or if they have some help, it will often come late. And I'm happy to see that maybe something is moving or beginning to move. Another important topic has to do with the fact that we insurers too, through underwriting insurance and ESG investments, among our assets, I think it's important to create a system that does not exclude. It shouldn't be just black and white. If it's polluting, we won't insure you, we won't give you credit because we wouldn't be improving anything. We need to create systems that can offer incentives to improve. Maybe we can help businesses reduce their environmental impact by offering better insurance terms. This is very interesting, and for AXA, what is the basic strategy, Giacomo Gigantiello? Can you give us some examples of how you're supporting the transition? I, too, would like to refer to what has been said in relation to a very significant aspect. That, in fact, refers to the founder of AXA, who said that a world with 4 degrees more would not be insurable. He wrote this 30 years ago, and we haven't already reached those 4 degrees, but we're getting there. And the events Massimo referred to and the data mentioned by Luca are relevant. But I'd like to mention something that is a little more practical, also in everyday life. The thermal zero is now higher, And the hail that we get is because of this higher temperature. So we were used to hail the size of 1 centimeter. This probably just belongs to the past. We need to experiment and experience this new paradigm. So it's right to say that things are now very urgent, and we will probably be the only country in Europe that doesn't have a network that makes it possible for us to be resilient, because the freezing level has increased. But we all need to be involved. We have a very clear strategy on 3 dimensions: investors, insurers, and exemplary businesses. As investors, our aim is to reduce by 50% the impact of carbon in our investments portfolio. We've already invested a lot in ESGs. The second level has to do with insurance, where we can take action also influencing the portfolio. The aim is to reduce the carbon impact of vehicles by 20-30%, and we do this by monitoring emissions. We also offer more detailed products, but we also need to reduce the impact. We each have to take action. We want to reduce by 50% by 2030 these emissions. We have funded the creation of a renewable energy plant in Spain for all AXA offices in Europe, but there's also the question of raising awareness, because there can be some solutions, and solutions are not just national, but they have to be global. We have a global conference on the climate in Trento, and hundreds of scholars will be meeting and offering practical solutions for COP28 in Dubai. The important thing is to raise awareness among authorities, politicians, and all stakeholders in the Italian territory. I would like to underline once again how urgent all this is. We shouldn't wake up when we suddenly find ourselves on the edge of the abyss. Massimo Monacelli had mentioned this ad hoc protocol, and I was particularly interested in this climate change lab, and I just wanted to understand how all this works. Climate change lab involves mobilizing people. It is an idea I shared with some colleagues 2 or 3 years ago in relation to significant topics such as climate change. And the aim is to mobilize people so that they will start to work together to develop ideas on a topic such as climate change. So we have people from the technical areas of finance, IT, throughout the corporate organization, and in recent years, we have taken a lot of steps forward through the value chain, because this group of colleagues continues to promote ideas and solutions that have been turned into projects in the company. The data represent a starting point. Data scientists analyze the data and make it possible for us to geolocalize the risks very accurately. This makes it possible for us to offer customized pricing and to do prevention, because we develop services, risk assessment for customers, because each customer has a different risk exposure, and this makes it possible for us to develop service models. If we're talking about accidents, I've mentioned this, we go back to training. We also promote training through our climate change lab. We do reskilling because some topics require specific skills, and so on. So we have an action plan that is constantly fed by new initiatives, and it enables us to bring sustainability into our everyday work. We have initiatives that are very significant, that have a great impact. But I think it is very important to build the idea that sustainability lies within the things we do every day, products, services, the way we behave. So this is what our climate change lab is. It is the mobilization of people around an idea. Andrea Novelli, you talked earlier about the information provided by Poste, thanks to its presence in the territory. What are the next steps going to be? How are you going to exploit this position that enables you to be in close contact with people at the local level? And it's also an educational role that you have in the community. People still go to a physical place to ask for a loan, or this happens mostly in our country, and we have tried to review our approach in dealing with people. There are some needs, such as the management of their savings, and then there are some insurance needs. We remember that insurance is important when we've suffered some kind of damage. So our advisory role is integrated. We advise on how to manage assets generally. We have to consider every single customer depending on their risk appetite, on whether or not they have insurance. And this gives customers already some initial indications. We tell customers, if you're not insured, maybe you should leave some of your funds on a current account, just as a sort of emergency fund. We're very happy to offer insurance cover, and to make life easier for our colleagues, we've created a single process. There's not one process whereby you sell an insurance or an investment, but you can sell everything together. So we have felt the need to review the way in which we develop products, in particular insurance for households. And we used to be selling products that would insure maybe one's house or health. We've decided to have a single product, a modular kind of protection that develops according to individual needs. People who are younger have less money to spend, but simpler needs. Then as people age, they tend to spend more, but also have more needs, and therefore they need maybe a different kind of insurance cover. Our experience over the past 2 years has shown that this approach is effective, it works, and not just in terms of commercial results, which clearly we're pleased about, but above all because we can see, and we see this also in the insurance market as a whole, but we see that there is a greater awareness among people of the importance to protect their main assets, which are their health and their house, home. We've talked about artificial intelligence. Clearly, we've seen what possible applications might be useful in helping with the climate change, but they can help also in improving policies. And how can this process be reinforced? I repeat myself, but I think it's a mix of what I said earlier. So first of all, it's essential to, through public-private cooperation, it's important to mutualize these risks because they cannot be borne just by the private system, especially a private system that covers only 5% of Italian homes. So that's nothing. We can't hope to mutualize on this basis. On the other, we've seen that the sector is using digital tools, artificial intelligence, to try to optimize pricing and, again, apply the right prices. And then it's important to have the possibility of mutualizing them when significant events take place. The event which took place this summer is something that we hope is anomalous for Italy. We hope, because if it is repeated, we have a major problem. And what with very strong winds, tornadoes, we've had more than 2.5 billion worth of damage. So more than what was the earthquake in Emilia-Romagna. So we need to understand this the dimension, to understand that all this cannot be managed just by a private system in a country where there is very little insurance coverage. So we'll talk of welfare, healthcare, pensions, integrated system, and how to reinforce the integration. So I'd like to ask Massimo again, also to understand how new technologies can help us.
Today, the problem that we have is that of the aging of the population. The recent data are worse than 20 years ago. There are 3 people who work versus 2 who do not work, children and the elderly. In 2050, the projections of Istat give the ratio to be as 1:1. So this is a very sensitive issue because it's clear that it would be wonderful to make sure that everyone were given the possibility of human contact and a health system through people, because half of the population would be dedicated to the other half, and that wouldn't be sensible. So all the studies, and Singapore is enlightening, and this tells us that artificial intelligence and the new technologies can help us. I'd like to make a quick example and show how insurance work can make things change. We heard about the fact of convincing people. Well, if we start from that, and we journalists promote recent information and so ChatGPT that can converse as human beings and can generate texts, videos, images, software. They're capable of having a sort of synthetic relationship, Excel pages, an insurance product in the form of a table, which is not easily read by an elderly person. So with a text, you can give, through an algorithm, you can transform that table into a summary that can be understood by a person who's only been to primary school, or personalize the services to meet individual needs. Through algorithms in a call center, you can know what the emotions of the person is, from the tone of voice, from the redness of their face and so on. You can, if the person is angry, you can answer with a soothing tone. And so in the case of a painstaking person, you can flood them with information. So now all this huge amount of new information that are impersonal and just loads of data, we can classify them according to categories that we already know. Vertebrates, invertebrates, vegetarian or carnivores. Well, this large amount of words gathered from different sources and so on, those weak ties that the human eye would overlook and that are not spotted even by the person with the biggest experience. The algorithm can perhaps find new solutions or new needs. Then the discriminating ones. So we can imagine greater accuracy in identifying the risks of the future. Environmental emergencies and catastrophes, lack of security at work, safety at work, in the workplace. So we could improve things. We can avoid accidents and so on. We can read a photograph and a video of an accident and fraud prevention, the ability of establishing prices that are tailored to the individual and the individual situation. Another thing which is to be observed, think of robots. We think of robots as something that we're in the future. Well, in Singapore, in health prevention, robots help nurses change, help people who are bedridden and so on. So major efforts can be made by a robot instead of... So things can be improved. There's a new type of welfare that can be brought about, and inevitably these instruments need to be understood, applied and understood. Well, thank you. I pass the floor to the next speaker. I would ask you, the role of artificial intelligence seems to be given in welfare and the risks related to health. So how can this be done? Well, there's a big gap at all levels. I am optimistic if we consider our inability to plan for the future. So today we need to invest for the future. However, in terms of health, there are people. In the last survey we carried out with Cerved, 48% of Italians have given up being treated in recent years. And the spending is 40 billion euros in terms of out-of-pocket expenses for health. Only 10% goes through an insurance company. And so there's a lot to be done here. So what has happened is that we have become focused on hospitals for treatment. We're based on hospitals for treatment. Family doctors were supposed to provide, to be close to the individual. However, we need to move in the direction of putting the patient at the center. And digital technology can help us out in this. What I often hear is that the increase, the rising, or the expansion of private health maintains universality and free services. And this is a major asset that we have in Italy, so we need to protect it as much as we can. I'll make a concrete example with regard to what we do in Reale. Our ability collectively and individually to provide insurance policies and 40 billion people demand services today. So with the Blue Hot Systems, our service company, Blue Health Center, it's the first Italian health center which is totally digital. It has been digitalized, so it can make prescriptions and provide telemedical services. People will be able to use these services and integrate the other services. Think of a couple with a child that's a year-old who's running a fever at 40 at midnight. So what happens? Well, you would take the child to the ER. In this way, we're clogging up the service, whereas we can talk to a doctor over the phone and be reassured and receive indications as what should be done or what medicine should be given and so on. This is what digital services can provide, what they can give to the people. We'll say goodbye because we know that you have to leave. Thank you for your contribution. So now Luca Gigantiello. So there is a change in the population. The population is becoming older and older, as we were saying. So there are different segments. When we speak about welfare, we need to widen the spectrum. We've looked at these data recently, and we know that the mean age in Italy, the life expectancy is 82 years. This is a positive figure, but it must induce us to reflect. The Studio Ambrosetti recently said that the last Italian will be born in Italy in 3,200. Well, let's hope that this is not so. But there are also other important trends like unemployment, youth unemployment, which is particularly high. We're second after China. And also the mean income of households is very low. And there are many households with low income and little coverage. So this comes together with the health emergency that we've heard about, which worsened after COVID, with people that have to wait for months and months in order to be treated. And this creates a problem for people, will create problems in the future more and more. So this scenario is worsened also by the mental well-being. That is an important issue, and it's becoming a trend. So the question that AXA asks is, why should the future hold risks? Why being a woman carries a risk? Why being young carries a risk? Well, this is the way in which these are the questions we need to ask in order to see how innovation, whether it be digital or product-based, how it can widen the products that we can offer people who are not covered, the weaker categories or groups of people. Some examples that may not be exhaustive, but that give an idea of what can be done by insurance companies is prevention and treatment policy throughout life, the lifelong policy, or for long-term care, we not only for physical treatment, but also psychological support. And then there's the idea of developing products for the groups, the weaker groups, those with low income, who don't have absolute coverage, but they may need some coverage. So this is inclusive insurance that needs to be further promoted. We have 12 million clients, 12 million clients who are inclusive. So the recognition of diversity and uniqueness in the future is normal so that everyone can be treated. Inclusion and company welfare are two important aspects of your activities. And in particular, what is the state of health of this reality that emerges from your welfare index PMI? Welfare for us and company welfare is a central issue.
In recent years, we have pursued a strong position in this regard. We started about 7 years ago with this welfare index initiative for SMEs. It's supported by the Council of Ministers with 5 national federations. We do a survey. SMEs join on a voluntary basis. They describe the welfare situation within their company, and then we elect the best from this standpoint. And over these 7 years, we've seen incredible transformation. We started with a few hundred SMEs who had joined this initiative with very simple welfare levels, and we reached the last point with over 7,000 businesses. And they were surprising in terms of the welfare, the well-being they're able to bring into their companies. We have SMEs that sort of rebuild a family type of a system, help looking after children or tailoring working hours to family needs. And then there are larger companies that have invested on smart working, doing investments to attach greater importance to the presence of people in company. And private enterprises also have become an intermediary with the healthcare systems, and health clearly is an important component, but it's not the only one that characterizes this whole world. So I think that corporate welfare is essential to our country. It will continue to grow, to develop, and that we therefore believe that through the welfare index we play a role, and we play a role also in terms of promotion, in terms of creating links between people so that specific development factors can be speeded up. And then we are also insurers, of course, and through a dedicated company, we have a digital platform that is user-friendly and that aggregates over 400 services, and every company can choose the platform and put together all the services that are best suited to their activities and the people who work with them. As to ETCs, the long-term LTC, long-term care, I think we can be more optimistic. We have seen amazing growth in this area. We have about 40% of the market in long-term care, and to meet the needs mentioned earlier, we've launched long-term care, a single premium for the older people. So when you're young, you see these risks as being far away, and instead older people are more aware of the risks, and They also have more money to spend, and we think we will be able to capture customers who begin to feel this need, a need which younger people feel less. Also with the single premium and the recurrent premium. And Andrea, what initiatives are you working on, considering also your direct relationship with the customers? As I was saying earlier, we have been trying to stand in our customers' shoes and really understand their needs. And we've been reviewing the way we develop products, and we asked ourselves why some people don't buy insurance. And there are two main aspects in this regard. First of all, insurance companies not always speak the language of customers, that they speak a very specific jargon. And the second aspect is whether, rightly or wrongly, the value for money perceived by clients is not obvious. Often you appreciate it ex post, but rarely ex ante. To tackle these two problems, we've worked hard, in particular this year. And above all, we've stopped reasoning on the basis of separate products or on segmentation. Insurance companies normally look at specific business lines, but clients don't reason like that. People don't know whether they're going to need insurance because they fall ill or because they have an accident. People don't know whether they'll need medical assistance, or maybe also they will need to claim damages. So we've stopped doing products for accidents or illnesses. We have products that instead that say, do you want to be covered if you have to undergo surgery, or simply insurance if something happens in your life and you need some assistance. In order to help clients perceive the value of insurance, that's not just I'll give you money if something nasty happens in your life. We try to offer services that can help. For example, we have health insurance that thankfully is becoming a little more widespread, thanks also to corporate welfare that promotes it a lot. And the value a customer perceives, in particular when we talk about direct assistance, where people can just go straight into a hospital, whatever, and the insurance pays directly. But we've gone a step further. And in recent weeks, we've completed a review of the processes. We've tried to help clients to choose the best health care facility for specific problems. And so we have a platform, and we find out where the client lives, but we look for a healthcare facility near the person's home, but we also look for the best healthcare facility for a specific problem. And this is appreciated by clients because it makes their life easier, but it's healthy for the country too because it makes it possible for us to concentrate our expenditure on the more efficient facilities, and this reduces the cost of private healthcare in the country to the benefit of everybody. Clearly, this helps, or it's useful to have some help at a time of need. Giacomo Gigantiello, how can we make sure that these insurance products continue to be attractive and accessible? I think that this has been mentioned today. It's the idea of eliminating the idea of the private sector being against the public sector. It's important to remember what is at stake, and that is a person's health. And whether public or private, the health of an individual needs to be at the heart of things. And so it will be possible to cooperate or form an alliance. The healthcare insurance product needs to be more effective. So we must never forget that people's need must be at the heart of things. And the second essential element is accessibility. What is important? There are a number of services. It's important to harmonize them for clients so as to make sure that the understanding of needs is efficient through data analysis and IA. What we're trying to do with 2 million users is to follow them from the assessment of symptoms to the choice of the best possible facility, the possibility of developing a system that can book assistance in real time, or even telemedicine or delivery of pharmaceutical problems to the home. But the customer journey has to be a single journey with all the necessary interconnections. And this makes it possible to tailor assistance and to tailor solutions for clients. The second important point is accessibility, which needs to be both physical and digital. So an assembly of solutions, and this is the ANIA platform that has been developed with Microsoft. And right now it has about tens of millions of clients. And it's really attempting to make accessibility the fundamental feature. And I think this can create more added value. Health is important. It will be very important in the food. And AXA has about 8 billion in premiums globally. And people continue to invest because it's important.
More investment, Monticelli, with regard to families and companies. So what do you offer? Well, with regard to welfare, I have already spoken of our work in terms of promotion, also in terms of offers for our customers and companies. With regard to general welfare, we provide welfare for our co-workers. There are 13,000 people in Italy. We are very active, and through learning, ongoing learning, we create welfare solutions that enable us to offer them on the market as well. With regard to health, well, that is one of them, will be an important subject area for insurance companies. We've heard about what is possible. I think that we need to understand that there's a different demand for health in our country for a number of reasons. First of all, because of COVID. This has given people, has put health as a priority for many people. The aging of the population that we've mentioned many a time today, it presents a demand, it entails a demand for healthcare services which is exponential. And the public healthcare service cannot live up to such a heavy demand. And then there is an accent, an emphasis on welfare, on well-being or wellness. And this opens up totally new areas and we need to pursue them. And by way of conclusion, Andrea Novelli, we've spoken about under insurance. You yourself provided some clear examples as to the fact that this is an unknown world, an unknown universe for many people in Italy. So how can we change the state of affairs in the near term? I think that insurance companies can do their share. I made some examples earlier on. That is, we need to make ourselves understood. We need to raise the awareness of clients and customers on how important insurance policies are. Also in areas that are not linked to mere insurance policy. But I would like to go back to the sense of urgency, the need for an alliance between public and private entities. Because even if the insurance companies do their job well, there will be an increase in the demand for insurance policies in Italy, as is happening elsewhere. And we must not forget this. Unavoidably, when there are forms of insurance, private voluntary insurance policies, then the people who have an who have money can purchase the insurance policies. And paradoxically, those who are wealthier are those who don't need the insurance really, because they have enough money to pay for the services themselves. A second aspect, and this is my direct experience, because in the past I worked on the funding of the reconstruction after natural catastrophes like the earthquake in the Abruzzi region. Well, there were the funds, public funding for reconstruction was the rule in Italy, because these events were not frequent, thank God, thanks be to God, and the damage at times was restricted to one area only, so easy to insure. But the problem with these mechanisms is that, first and foremost, they're very slow, because unlike insurance companies, the state doesn't do this as part of its trade. So every time something happens, the company has to equip itself with the facilities and structures for providing the money for reconstruction. When these events become more frequent in the life of people, it is unthinkable for there to be for the public bodies to be able to pay for all these cases, and so there needs to be an alliance with insurance companies that can they know how to manage a catastrophe or an accident, and the public intervention could make it possible for these interventions to be sustainable from all standpoints. So thank you, Massimo Cerofillini, Luca Filippone, Giacomo Gigantiello, Massimo Monacelli, and Andrea Novelli. Thank you to you all. I would have wanted to be present all day long. I heard these last presentations, but here at the ministry we had quite a few things to do. We were rather busy, and I have other meetings very soon. So I would like to thank President Farina for inviting me, and this gives me the opportunity to summarize what we have done during these 11 months of government, with reference also to what you have highlighted at this meeting, which was particularly significant, that is, the interventions in terms of insurance policies inevitably with regard to catastrophes, catastrophic events that are occurring more and more frequently, and that are due in part to climate change. So it is a pleasure to share with you some statements. I have partially pointed out at these ideas with ANIA last July, when I pointed out that you play an important role, for instance, in providing support to public indebtedness, 2022, 338 billion were made by insurance companies. So it's not at all trivial, especially if we consider what happens in other European countries. Of these 242 billion, they refer to the Italian sovereign debt. This type of investment in Italy is 30% and is greater than the European average, which is 12%. 30% versus 12%. The challenges that are before us mean that we need to redesign the activities in support of these events, considering also the drop in the birth rate, which runs the risk of being negative in Italy. Our country runs the risk of having a very, very low birth rate. At the same time, there is an increase in the average age of the population, with people who are increasingly old. The demographic transition will require actions. I'm sorry, but there's no sound. And the spending will increase by 17%, 70% of the GDP in 20 years' time. So it will be a major figure. And this will be difficult to incur, to support, so unless we take action at the source. These events, however, are linked to climate change, and there are several. We know that the natural catastrophes require an improved response by the state and by other bodies. And so the Parliament is now examining a bill after it having been examined by the State Regions Conference. So there are two regulations that concern the insurance companies to promote insurance policies against catastrophes. So it is compulsory to make an immediate response so as to pay out the premium without having to wait too long. So this is I'm sorry, but there is no sound again. So that the policyholders can receive payment of their premiums in the presence of a catastrophic event. And this will give certainty to the fact that if there is a catastrophe, over the short term, resources have to be provided. So insurance is very low currently.
As regards businesses, only large businesses, or above all, large corporations, in that case, you can reach 60%. But the system of Italian businesses, as you all know, is made up of SMEs that need to be persuaded to take out an insurance with the certainty that insurance will then pay whatever it needs to pay, and speedily. The question of the insurance gap in our country is a very important topic. We're negotiating with EVAS, and a panel has been set up with our participation, with the aim of enhancing the role of insurance companies, both in exposed situation, but also in ex-ante mitigation of risks and in the ecological environmental transition linked to climate change. In Italy, we've had recent disasters, not just in Emilia-Romagna, but also with the great wildfires we've had in Sicily. And so there are risks in this country that, because of its structure, are quite evident. We have other initiatives that are being defined in Parliament. More specifically, in the hope of establishing complementarity between the different systems. We are working on the decrees concerning the Gelli Bianco law that dates back to 2017, in particular as regards strengthening third-party liability insurance. We have also defined an agreement with the Ministry of Justice, and this was a long-awaited measure. We have updated the tables for the major damages so that insurances can provide more accurate estimates of damages. We're working also on the healthcare sector, and there is a decree that is to establish the general terms and conditions to be applied to insurances, also in taking on directly the liabilities, and this measure will be issued soon, over the next few days. We have also discussed the question of insurance for motor vehicles, and in November, we will approve the decree for the adoption of a European directive of 2021 that updates the previous rules of 2009. The aim is to ensure that drivers will be protected in case of insurance company defaults, because the obligation of insurance cover will also be extended to all vehicles, regardless of where they are used, regardless of whether they are at a standstill or being used, or their circulation is in limited areas or is directly linked to a vehicle's function. Over these recent days, the parliamentary commissions are collecting opinions that will be taken into account in the final text. We have also envisaged a specific obligation of insurance for electric vehicles, small vehicles, and the time has come for mandatory insurance. These are very lightweight electric vehicles. Mandatory insurance, which we should be working on in cooperation with the Transport Ministry. Lastly, consumers need to be able to choose between different types of insurance, and we are establishing, we will have on the EVAS website an area where insurers will have an obligation to publish their prices. and users will be able to see them freely, and this will be an indispensable service to the public. So awareness, freedom, transparency, and all this will help us offer better services to all users, to all consumers. And we are also well aware of the future that awaits us, and therefore we need to review Solvency II, as was mentioned earlier. And we are involved in the European dialogue after the actions taken at the European Council. We've reached in the decisive phase with discussion in the European Parliament. We're aware of the need to protect those who are insured and to protect the financial stability of insurance companies that now play a fundamental role in the financial markets, as mentioned earlier, so as to support the real economy and also the public deficit. The anti-cyclical measures aimed at mitigating market turbulence are being analyzed. There are many changes that take into account the priority of the insurance, the primary importance of the insurance sector, and the importance of protecting consumers. But we also need to protect operators to ensure that the system will be more resilient and ready to face future challenges. We do face a very difficult challenge, and we've been worried for many months. I'm referring to the case Eurovita, Eurolife, Eurovita. We wanted to avoid a major problem, but it's not being talked about because we found a solution. We found a solution for the whole system, and we fought for this, that avoided government intervention thanks to a pool of insurance company with the participation of the banking system. It wasn't easy, but in the end, this solution prevailed. So I need to thank you all for the sense of responsibility. And thanks to this initiative, as of October 31st, the client of insurance companies will be able to redeem their policies that had been frozen since February by EVAS because of all the problems that we're all aware of.
This solution will protect the rights of the insurance policyholders and the stability of the insurance market, which is just as important, and with regard to that we rely on for the future of the country. I thank you for the commitment that you have put into these activities and what you will be doing to ensure that this important and significant service can be made available to our citizens. And I think that this requires the commitment of each and every one of us. And our ministry has been very keen on this and has been working in this direction ever since it started its work. President Farina will now make some final remarks. Very well. I would like to say hello to you all once again. We have come to the end of a long day's work, a day that has been very interesting and very intense, I would say. And I hope that each and every one of you have I hope you all had this impression, and I hope you found the discussion interesting and useful with regard to all those things that are important for the insurance sector at national and European level. We started talking about Europe. We celebrated today 30 years of the individual of the market, but we celebrated them looking ahead. We asked ourselves, what are the prospects of the Union, and what are the prospects, in particular, of our market? And I must say that it was very interesting to listen to the speakers of the first panel who represented the European authorities, and each and every one of them were convinced that, they all agreed on the need and desirability that Europe become stronger in terms of union, in terms of giving a joint response to these issues. And also regulations were spoken about. The regulations should be reconsidered after many years, and to make it more consistent, to make the regulations more consistent, and to simplify them if possible. We then talked about the problems of our market, the Italian problems, the problems of Italy. First, we spoke about the European challenges, the new European challenges, the challenges of this generation of pro-European supporters. We looked at the external challenges. We talked about technology, the demographic challenge, and so on. We also spoke about the internal challenges and about the challenges we have to face in our country. I would like to express my thanks, because in all the speakers, all the people who took the floor and took part in the panels and the speakers of the various sessions, I noticed that there was great interest, great enthusiasm, and a desire to go ahead, to march ahead, or forge ahead. The challenges are complex, they are difficult, but I think that the diagnosis, as was pointed out, is very clear. But we also heard solutions. We heard words like alliance or partnership, growing risks, public-private partnerships. And from this standpoint, I must say that I would like to thank, in particular, the two ministers who accompanied us on this journey today. Minister Giorgetti, who said that he would like to intervene in the area of underinsurance, which is much bigger than it is anywhere else. He said he would intervene in the areas of health and of catastrophes in particular. And he also spoke of the desire to create public-private partnerships in this area. So this, I think, is an important piece of news. It's an response to many of the things that were said, to many of the solutions that were suggested. And Minister D'Urso, just a while ago, I would like to thank him. He gave us some very interesting news, apart from the desire to promote mutualization insurance policies against catastrophes. And so a decree will be issued on macro lesions. We had been waiting for this decree for many, many years. So from the words of the two ministers, what I inferred, what I noticed was that there is an interest in the insurance world. There is an understanding on their behalf of the government, and that is that this insurance world can do a lot. It is a very solid world. It is serious. It's a world that has always managed risks in a way that was more than appropriate. And what emerged also is that there's an increasing number of risks, so much so that we need to worry. And so so much so that many of these risks may not be insurable. The events that we have witnessed and their severity, the vehemence is truly incredible. However, faced with this concern, there is also an awareness, namely that technology can help us. We sort of looked through a telescope and saw things that are in the distance. We are not experts in technology, but we have understood that responses can come to us from that area, that is from technology, and to understand the phenomena we've spoken about, to understand risks more, and to be helped, supported in prevention and repair of the damage. So we need to be optimistic, and in the last panel, we saw the passion that there is in our market operators who are at work and who do this not only with all the technical knowledge they have and their expertise, but they also have the desire of doing something that is important for our country. So I am going home feeling very proud of belonging to this sector, of working in this sector. I, too, am driven by the desire to do a lot of work, and I confirm that ANIA will commit itself, will be committed to this main priority, which is that of studying and of furthering our understanding of AI to be put at the service of our needs. We are convinced that there's an important world out there that can help solve or help us solve many of the problems that emerged today. And so we will meet again soon. And I give you, we will meet again on the 13th of or 18th of February next at a meeting that will be devoted to artificial intelligence.
So I'll see you all next year. I care a lot about this event because I think it always gives us a lot of food for thought, as happened again today. So heartfelt thanks to all of you who accepted our invitation, and you have participated with us in an in-depth study of topics that maybe we don't talk about every day, but they are important in connection with medium-term strategies at European and Italian level. Thank you all.